Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, first day of December, December 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. No screen. You're right, Roger. You see, Mr. Keith, you were wrong. There were not two yeses. Here we go. Here's my screen. Forgot to start sharing it. All right, guys, can see my screen now, right? Okay. Well, what is going to happen today? So, market's up still a little bit after yesterday's ginormous move. So we'll have to see what today brings. Guys, I don't know if you're watching snow after hours. I know somebody's mentioned this already, but what a wild ride snow had. So snow was an earnings play, is an earnings play, gapped way down here to 122 after hours, then came right back up. And so, it's down 1.6%, but is really recovered. So what a rocky ride that one had. Guys, I was a little bit distracted in the pre-market, so I don't have a lot of stocks that I put in the pre-market. I'm going to go over a few of them right now. We have some earnings plays actually, but first of all, let's take a look at some of the non-earning plays ones. Excuse me, RMED. Let's see. They did have a press release about their Vivo system. Okay, so they did have a press release, low float, 2 million, 2 million in the float. So it's already traded the float about 1.5 times, almost 2 times it. Between 1.5 and 2 times. So here's our MED. Here's an earnings play. This is getting hammered right now. GIII earnings play down 33%. Holy smokes. This is not quite an all-time, well, it's not an all-time low, but boy, it's taken all this out on the daily chart. Look at this. I mean, what's the low there is 1437 and it is at 1435 right now. So, I mean, it's approaching that low right here. This is just a disaster for GIII. And it's continuing to make new lows. Continuing to make new lows. I'm hearing it. This is my gap down. This is text to voice, and she is saying GIII over and over again. NTLA. This is down. I think the financing price is holding though. NTLA, they raised a lot of money, $300 million, 40 at 45.80 a share. So this is above the financing price. Okay, NTLA raising a lot of money at $45, 45.80. ESTC is another earnings play. I think this is gap down quite a bit. Also, ESTC, yeah, 13%. ESTC is an earnings play. Gap, yeah, that is gap down. Maybe 50 is a support area. OKTA is an earnings play. Has gapped up on earnings. Yeah, big gap up, 17%. OKTA coming into. Let's see, is that above this? Yeah, it's above all of this. Boy, it's still got some room. VAX, VAXX, not an earnings play. This is just up for some reason. I don't see any specific news. Five is another earnings play. Five and is gapped up on earnings. Five is gapped up, but big gap up, 9% on earnings. Look at this. Look at this breakout here. Big. It has gapped down on earnings, but it's trying to come back a bit. So let's take a look at some of the other earnings plays I may not have mentioned. There's some more expensive ones. SNPS. SNPS is an earnings play. That's a nice gap up for it also. It's a very expensive stock, but some of you don't mind playing those. So this is an earnings play, SNPS. SPLK, Splunk. Splunk is an earnings play. Also, nice, pretty good gap up for it. Maybe coming into some resistance around 88 if it gets up to that area. So anything with a minus 0.25 or a 0.25 is an earnings play today. Nutanix, NTNX. This is an earnings play also. I didn't really see this one. So NTNX is an earnings play. Let's see now, can this take this out? What do we got here? 29.43, 29.43 is the high. So yeah, so this is breaking out a little bit, breaking out of this daily area, 29.43. Pure Storage. Yeah, I think what happened is this was below 3% when I first looked at it. So I think it had probably already gapped down a little, not gapped down, but wasn't above 3%. I see it now. Why I say 3%, that's one of the filters I've got here. It has to be up or down at least 3%. So anyway, so Pure Storage, another earnings play. But I think this is, I mean, there's a lot of resistance, I think, anyway, to get through between 30.45 and 31. And let's see, are there any other ones? No. Now on the downside, we've got LE, Lands End. LE is an earnings play, is gap down. Let's see, 960, it's at 938. 938 is the next low looking left. We talked about the ESTC. DBI, another clothing retail stock. DBI has gapped down. And this, wow, look at this break on the daily, guys. Yeah, look at DBI, big break on the daily, gapping down through the 200-day moving average. So there's DBI, not very much volume yet. We talked about big. Yes, Salesforce. So they've undergone a shakeup too, haven't they? Isn't the CEO? This is CRM, so it's an earnings play. Isn't I thought I read somewhere where the CEO, the current CEO, is leaving, and once the previous CEO is coming back. These are a couple of founders, I believe. So could have sworn I read that. Am I wrong? I read that in the when I was doing my pre-market work. Yeah, here we go. So Brett Taylor will step down as vice chair and co-CEO. So he's leaving. Yeah, thank you, John. I knew I'd read it. At least I sworn I'd read it. Sometimes at 4 in the morning, my body's up. My mind's not quite there yet. It's going to be interesting when I go through the ETFs to see how the major ones, the sectors, to see how close they are, getting closer to, especially tech. I want to see where tech is compared to the 200-day moving average. Now, you guys, I know you guys are screaming and yelling about the plunge protection team, the PPT. Who cares, guys? Just trade the market. The SPY is now above the 200-day moving average. Amazing. Well, that GIII, now Build-A-Bear, guys. I talked about Build-A-Bear quite a bit yesterday. BBW earnings play to see if there's any continuation of earnings. So far there is. There's no volume yet though. So I would, I'm not going to hop in yet, but there's no volume. Spread isn't bad though. Oh, I'm sorry, the spread is terrible. Again, there's my eyes. I thought it's at 24.30, 24.39, but it's 23.30, 24.39. The volume will pick up. We'll just have to wait and see. especially if the market is strong again today, I wouldn't surprise me at all if Build-A-Bear just keeps moving. All right. Well, after that big market surge yesterday, let's see what the analysts are saying today regarding upgrades and downgrades. Come on, briefing.com. Still not there yet. Okay. Oh, here it is. Okay. There's still many more downgrades than upgrades, so let's get some of these in. All right, there are some of the upgrades. See if there's anything by Goldman. Okay, Goldman is upgrading STNE. I just want to see if they're putting some kind of a magic price target on them. STNE, STNE. Okay, with a target of 11. Come on, Goldman is already at 11. Okay, so forget about that. Yeah, I don't know if you're in the same time zone, John, but all right, so we have quite a few downgrades actually. Two more to go. So Goldman has downgraded PAGS, P-A-G-S. We'll take a look at that. They say there's a big list of downgrades. All right, there we have them. Some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. Okay, that's from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. I want to take a look at PAGS to see if that downgrade by Goldman has affected it yet. The answer is not really, down 20 cents, not yet anyway. Okay, let me get these upgrades and downgrades into our YouTube room. Okay, there we go. Don't know what you mean. Does this chat not work? Don't know what you mean, Granny Lou. You're in the chat. You're in the trading room, so I don't know what you mean. Is this an earnings play? CHLS, I hear it. Not an earnings play. I don't think it's an earnings play anyway. Boy, this is a pretty big gap down now, guys. This is gapping down through that low, I think, which is about 25. Yeah, so this has got some room underneath SHLS. We just want to confirm that this is not an earnings play. No, it had earnings 12 days ago. So see if there's any reason for this. See, here we go. After the company, is it a financing? Here we go. So it's a financing for Shoals, SHLS. Don't see the financing price, but 20 million. Okay, Granny Lou. All right, now I'm very eager to see what the sectors are doing. Not so much what they're doing today, but how close are they now? Some of the ones that were underneath the 200-day moving average, how much closer are they? Especially tech. So I'm going to first let's take a look at the sector status. So these are the major sectors. So what you're seeing here, again, these are the major sectors. So there's XLE, there's the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 90% in green, what that means is that 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay. So you look at tech 70%, even communications 82%. I mean, we're in for a positive open. So you would expect that most sectors are positive. Okay. So, but this is what I want to see. And we already know XRT is way above the 200-day moving average. Whoops, not XRT. Oh, I typed in retail. I usually start off with XLE, but look at this, guys. So there's retail. So retail has just nudged its way above the 200-day moving average, okay? It was getting closer and closer, but yesterday it nudged its way above the 200-day moving average. I usually start off with XLE. Of course, XLE is way above the 200-day moving average. That's that's the that's that green line right there. Take a look at consumer staples. Listen to GII, GII. How many times did I say I? G triple I is continuing to gap down on earnings. XLP, consumer staples. Yeah, as expected, we're probably going to see most of the sectors with a big green bar from yesterday's daily. And so this is, of course, this was above the 200-day, and of course it still is. Let's take a look at healthcare, XLV, the big green bar. Take a look at energy though. Actually, energy actually did not rally with the market. Energy was actually kind of down yesterday, even though the entire market rallied. Take a look at industrials, XLI. Okay, above, of course. Most of these were above the 200-day. I can't wait to get to, I'm going to keep us all in suspense, get to technology and to even to communications. XLF, financials. I think financials were just around the 200-day. No, I'm wrong. They were above it. Consumer discretionary. That's another one. XLY, that was definitely below. So below the 200-day moving average. So of course it still is, but with that big green bar getting a little bit closer. Materials, XLB, was above the 200 yesterday and before yesterday, and of course it still is. Now, communication still way below, but let's see how green that bar was yesterday. Yeah, look at that. Look at the volume. Look at the volume yesterday for XLC. Now, here's the one I'm interested in. How much closer is technology to that 200-day? And the answer is getting close. Look at this. Look at this. Even tech is getting really close to that 200-day moving average. 137.77. So it's at 136.12. So a weak sector right now is consumer staples. I'm just again looking at the major sectors right now. So right now, consumer staples is the only one I think that is less than 50%. Yes, only 35% of the stocks are up from yesterday's close. So that is a weak sector just to begin with. Good morning, Hertz. Okay, I don't have that. I guess it was Jamie. I think Jamie was in the room. So if you go to support and ask for it, support, I'll give you the how to get it, support. I don't have it. Just mention Jamie's name, okay? Support at tradeIdeas.com and say you were in a webinar yesterday and Wednesday when Jamie was presenting, and that's what you're looking for, the index exchange streamer, okay? And I was talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Now, BXRX, guys, BXRX, doing a reverse split is effective today. One for 40. Looking to see if they, maybe not today, but I have to heart this one just in case they come up with some kind of a crazy little press release to try to juice the stock a bit. Morning, Mike. Yeah, YouTube room. I see AFRM and UPST, a couple of the buy now, pay later. They're moving higher, like a lot of stocks, of course. I mean, the market's in for a positive open. Wow, GII just getting creamed here still. Let me back this out on the weekly chart to see where there could be some support. This is an earnings play. So there's that big weekly candle. So boy, I can't see anything for a long time. We go back to, let's see, we're right here. Okay. Looks like 1352 back in early, actually, the end of 2020. Those are that's the next low looking left on the weekly chart. So that's about 2 years ago. Well, it is a little over 2 years ago. All right, guys. So let's see. CVNA. Somebody's asking about this one yesterday. I mean, CVNA. Only one reason, unless they come up with some outstanding news. I mean, I'm not saying there'll be bottom fishers, looking at something like this, but. And good morning, Real. Sorry, I should have, and William and everybody else. Yeah, I can tell you what the black histogram is. It is a filter that is not available to you guys yet. And I don't know if you guys were in the YouTube room on Tuesday. I don't know what Michael may have told you. Anyway, what it is in a nutshell, it's a pretty cool indicator. It basically looks at the ratio between bullish versus bearish candlestick patterns. So the higher the bar, you'll see if the bar increases, that means that the bullish versus the bearish candle, the bullish candlestick patterns on a ratio basis greater than the bullish, but than the bearish candlestick patterns. Okay. You'll see it more in effect later on in the day as we get more data. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter the time frame. You know, this I've got this on a 15-minute chart. This is a 5-minute chart. So I mean, well, it matters. I shouldn't say it doesn't matter, but depending on the chart you're looking at. Well, I mean, obvious, I guess it's somewhat obvious. I mean, on a 15-minute chart, if all of a sudden the bulls, the bullish candlestick patterns starting increasing versus the bearish ones, it would take slow, you know, you wouldn't see it quite as quickly here. You would see it more quickly in a 5, more quickly in a 1 or a 2. Okay. I don't mind just sticking with the 15. I do have the 5 just as a bit of a reference. GII, guys, is just getting crushed here. Just getting absolutely crushed. Mustn't be guiding poorly too. Yeah, I adjusted guiding below the estimates. So they released after hours. So there's the gap down after hours, and it is continuing. So 1150 offering for Frey. And so it is above the offering price. Thank you, Real. Just noticing that now too. FREY, so it's above the offering price of 1150. eHealth. Okay, a little pop here for eHealth. Some volume coming into EHTH. Don't see any news on it. Yeah, well, Tops is on the move. Yes, Tops is on the move. Volume, look at the volume that just came into Tops. 1 million shares, 1 million. And so it's half the volume is right here. It's traded 2 million so far, and half of it is right here. Less than a minute to go. Thank you, William. All right, guys, let's have a great trading day. Be interesting to see if the market can hold that gap from yesterday. As we speak, of course, it is. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to try to let things settle down a little bit. And you know what I'm going to say next. If I were new to trading, I probably wouldn't trade in the first 30 minutes. Yeah, you'll miss some of the ones that move right from the beginning, but too many times stocks will whip up and down very quickly. Here we go, guys. We're now open like Tops. Okay. And we may get a halt in Tops. In fact, I think it has, haven't seen it yet, but I think it's halted. Yeah, it's halted. Well, William, you were really wrong. And of course, I'm just pulling your leg a little bit, but I read your post about tops. Um, so this is halted, and the projected open is 470. Of course, that can change. Take a look at Globus, GLBS. Back in the day, all these ones used to pop around the same, about the same. All these little shippers. The top seems to be completely on its own. Okay, guys, this is continuation off earnings from yesterday, BEKE. Now, to me, it looks like better get my daily chart back up. There's a little bit of room for this at BEKE. I mean, the next high looking left, yes, it's 1725, but then if it can get through that, 18. So there is a little bit of room for BEKE. Okay, guys, Pure Storage is starting to move down here. Look at Shoals. Ah, FDMT. This is the big Goldman one from back here when they put what is this, $68 price target on it, and it's just been kind of treading sideways for the last week and a half or so, but it's popping a little bit here. FDMT. Okay, the PAG. Woo, shoot, 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 shoot. The downgrade by Goldman is finally is taking effect now. Now, take a look at the daily chart. So this is at 990, and this is almost a lifetime low. I'm going to assume the lifetime low. It's a big float, so I don't know how many. I don't think they've done very many reverse splits. So I don't know if the lifetime low is down here at 952. It looks like it is 952. I'm looking back here. I have a low of 950. I have a low of 945. So it looks like 945 is the lifetime low for PAGs. So this downgrade by Goldman this morning has, furthered the decline of PAGs so far anyway. I wish it weren't happening so quickly. Wow, look at Shoals, SHLS. So this is coming in on my my 200, my 10-day daily breakdown. So there's the G triple I, there's the Fray, and there's the SHLS. Now that the alert was that again. I don't take these this early, so and that's what can happen. That goes down to 20. The alert happened at 2412. What did it get down to? 2348, and now it's popped back up. So I mean, this may give us the opportunity to short it, like to see it get back up to that 2412 level and maybe base, and then short it from there. And on the 10-day daily breakout, you've got tops. Now tops, there is it. I mean, it basically got up to the halt price, 458. Look at Snap. Snap is popping up here. So what's the next high looking left? This is a huge float, almost a billion in the float. So its move may already be spent, but let's take a look. 1112 is the next high, and if it can get through 1112, 1178 is the next high. And that is for Snap. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. Look at the BEKE. I think this could be a an interesting one. But see what it got up to. Got up to 1725, then it pulled back. That's how things can be in the first 15 minutes. SPY is still strong. Everything well. So a little disconnect going on here. Just a little disconnect. So the SPY's up a little. Dow is down a little. Nas is up a little. So a little disconnect in the market. Disconnect meaning between the so-called value and growth stocks. Yeah, BBW. Let's see. I was talking about this one yesterday as a potential second day continuation off earnings. It popped up a little bit here. Like to see, but the volume's got to pick up. I mean, the volume definitely has to pick up. So STNE, I mean, it's interesting. Had an upgrade by Goldman this morning, but with an $11 price target. So it was already at 11. But this is it. I mean, raising it. Why didn't they raise it to say 20? Then we'd be really all over this. Wow, this SLDP, it's moving down again, guys. This was the incredible move yesterday on the short side. It rallied though quite a bit. I mean, it got down to 289 and it closed at 368. Okay, DBI is still weakening here. DBI is an earnings play. Volume is really picking up. Not a huge float. 50 million in the float. So DBI is picking up steam to the downside. But again, it's early. Didn't see this one. I don't think the reason I didn't see this is another earnings play. CRDO had a big look at this. Look at this pop up. I don't know how many shares were traded up here, but up to 1520 and right back down to 1388. This is an earnings play. So the low looking left is right at the 200-day moving average. You can see right there, that's that green line. And I see that PAFO was, I did see this PAFO in the pre-market. This must, yeah, this had that big down day yesterday. This is one of the SPACs. Well, I can't tell you if this is a good strategy, Div. The only way I trade a halted stock, okay, this is the only way I do it. So for instance, Tops was halted at 458. We're still waiting for it to open. And again, this is not a recommendation. I'm just telling you the only way I do it. So it got halted at 9:30:27. So this is going to be more than a 10-minute, 5-minute halt, obviously. But here's the halt price at 458. Let's just say when it opens and then it goes down below let's say it goes down to 430 or something, and then it pops back over 458. Sometimes that's when I'll take a trade in it. But listen, highly risky, highly risky. I don't know if that's a good strategy or not, but it's the only way I do it. I'm not going to chase it. And when it comes, when it finally starts to trade, I'm not going to chase it or anything. But sometimes you'll see that though. It comes out of the halt, maybe even pops up a little bit, then it goes down below the halt price, and then if it pops back through that halt price, I may take this. I may take the trade. But again, that's not a recommendation for you to do the same thing. And typically, on the first halt, that doesn't happen very often. Normally, the first halt, I mean, we're looking right there, 488, 488, 488, potentially on the open. You can see how it changes. Typically, the first halt there we go. So, I mean, that did not dip down below. Okay, so it opened up. Nah, so I'm not going to chase this. What would have had to have happened, it would have had to dip down below the halt price briefly and then back up, and that's where I may have taken some. Okay, so but at this point, I'm just going to let it go. And let's see, Patho. See, did they announce who they're going to be? So they approved the Caravella deal. Okay, so the shareholders have approved the Caravella deal. It's a shipping company, so like Tops. Okay. Um, let's see. When is it supposed to start trading, though? Oh my goodness. So this is you got to read this news, guys. So 5.7 million. They're redeeming their pub. This leaves only 25,000 remaining post vote. Okay. Okay. Frey is getting. What was the financing real? Was it 1150? I could probably see it. Upsized. Frey. I think. What did you say? 1150 for Frey? FREY. So it looks like it's getting to the financing price. Here's another earnings play, guys. Didn't see it in the pre-market. I guess either the volume wasn't. Oh, I know why. It wasn't up or down enough. But Box is an earnings play. BOX is an earnings play. Hydrofarm uh, making a little move here. HYFM. HYFM. The next high. However, the next high, it's in that $3 level. So to me, there's just not enough room. Wow. Well, I guess that was the one. Just to take that right here. G triple I. Wow. DBI guys. DBI showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown also. If your charts aren't populating, I don't know if you've done it already, but just do a reset of your account, okay? Go to your account in the toolbar and click on reset connection a few times. It's not happening to me. So keep an eye on DBI, guys. DBI, another earnings play. Retailer, just like G triple I. Yeah, so just generally, guys, if you're having if you're not getting chart data, or something else looks a little crazy, best thing to do to start off with is just go to your account and do the reset connection, okay? Just to see if that solves the issue. The market's still holding. Dow is down a little bit. Nas is up. SPY is up. Keep an eye on the DBI, guys. DBI. DBI. All right. So after that little drop for Box is an earnings play, starting to move higher here. Box, BOX, of course. All right, first 15 in the book. So let's take a look at some of these. So PAFO, PAFO. Oh, let's take a look at this halt right here, FG. So is this a, I guess I want to say this was a SPAC? Yes. Wait a minute, let me just, so it's not a SPAC. I guess this is a spin-off, if I read this correctly. Just looking at this headline. So this is why it's trading as FG for the first time. And it's halted. G triple I keeps moving down here. I'm wanting to see if this DBI. I mean, it's weak. DBI is weak. I want to see if it catches up a little bit to G triple I. I see owl. Yes, owl. Is this an earnings play? Not an earnings play. Okay, AOWL. Oh, I see. This is on your bottoming plays. Okay. Boy, this has got, let's see, where's the next low looking left? Next low looking left is 1053. So maybe that holds it. Maybe. Okay, Elan, ELAN. You would think there's a lot of resistance around 1350-ish for Elan. Looking at this daily chart. You know, this is one that had the big pop a couple of days ago, and then it really didn't do anything. I've got this one thumbnail, that's why I can see it. VIVK. Let's see if there's any volume yet. No. They had some news. I can't remember what the news was. It seemed to be pretty good news, though. It got up to 143, and then it closed at 121. Real cheap one, 10 million in the float. Here's the two. That's right. The 200-day is, well, it's still kind of far enough away on a percentage basis. Keep an eye on the DBI, guys, just in case it has this further weakness. You know, retailer, and it's an earnings play, and it may, you know, with the G triple I. Let's take a look at their. I mean, these are small players, I'm sure, XRT, but there's a retail. There's a big retail ETF. All right, so FG just opened 2092, so it opened 2098. I'm sorry, that was the halt, so it's moving down a little bit. Yesterday's darling XPAV moving down, guys. Look at this. So that yesterday had earnings. This is an earnings reaction plus overall market reaction plus at the beginning anyway. China stocks. Let's take a look at KWEB, see what it's doing. Yeah, so KWEB is a little bit soft, China ETF, but XPAV is, man, it is really moving down here, down 10%. All right, BHC. I just think it's got too much resistance. Not that far away. Guys are following Manu, MANU, Manulife, Manchester United. Still trying to get to that high of 4 days ago. All right, guys, DBI on the move down now. And we have another halt for that FG on the way down. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Probably not too many. Look at Manu, guys. Manu, MANU. Look at Manu getting closer to that high of 22.95. That's a 4 day ago high. Okay, OKTA. Yeah, just out of actually, it's not that. I thought for some reason I thought this was way more expensive. So of course, an earnings play. What could it get to? And I think the next high looking left is 69.34. I think. DBI guys on its way down. Fetch another one, guys. FTCH. I mean, it had the little pop in the pre-market, but look at this, just giving it up now. Might be some support for Fetch around. Okay, guys, Manu now is at that high of 4 days ago, right at that high of 4 days ago. It's you'd be chasing it now, but let's see if I can hold this level before it pops. Okay, guys. I mean, the volume's picking up a little bit for Build-A-Bear, BBW. And a second day continuation off earnings. What's the spread like? Spread isn't terrible, 24.30, 24.39. It's not terrible. IC is getting a little bit weak here. 22.60, 22.46. 22.54 is the next low looking left. So IC is getting a little bit weak here. Market is still strong. All right. Well, here's one from yesterday. Grind, GRND, GRND. No, this is all. Yesterday it had just a bad spread, seemingly all day long. Right now it's 728, 740. Manu, guys, Manu now. Shoot, it's taken out that high. Oops. Well, blue sky now. I mean, I don't know whether there's any resistance. Again, this is all to do with them putting the team up for sale. Well, the big challenge now for DBI is to get through 12. Okay, so I know this is showing up in your potential bounce scan. Let's take this is Owl. Let's take a look at where that low is on the daily chart. And the low is 1077, so it is below that low. I'm just looking left here. I think I'm right. Yeah, 1077. So the next low looking left is 970. So this has got about $1 to the next low. Okay. This is the owl. It is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It's not a lifetime low. Come on, DBI, take out 12. Boy, fetch is weak, weak, weak. I think they've adjusted their revenue or something. Adjusted revenue of 3.5 billion. Really? Actually, I gotta refresh my memory now where that next low is on the the weekly chart, I guess, for DBI. I think it was back in 2000, 2 years ago. There's a low of 1219 and then a low of 1140. Okay, and that was so that's a year and a half ago, almost. Yeah, it's a beginning February of 2021. So we'll say not quite 2 years. Yeah, so look at grind. Yeah, I'm gonna forget about grind GB GRND. There's CBay guys, CBay cheap one. but I think it's got too much. It's got some stuff at around 4, so it's too close to 4 for me. Get back to my daily chart. So this is a wild one right now. This FG just got halted again. FG. Lots of shares for Owl at Interactive Brokers. 1.3 million, 1.8 million. Sorry. So there's plenty of shares available to short. All right, guys. I've covered some of my DBI in case it. In fact, I think I'm going to cover all of it. Doesn't look like it wants to really take out 12. YY. So that was an earnings play a couple of days ago. Okay, guys, Tops is now back over, again, highly risky with that float, but Tops is above 5 again. Well, let's see how well it holds 5. I mean, it's highly risky with that float. Now, where is some resistance for Tops? It looks like the next high is around 533. Is that right? Got up to what, 532 today? Got up to 525 today. So looks like there's pretty decent resistance between this current price and say 550. So it might be really tough for it to get through that. All right, guys, Tops is actually basing for it. I mean, it's basing not too badly. Oh, no, it just dropped. Okay, it just dropped. Okay. Just going to say it's basing not too badly around that 515 mark, but so what I might do with this one, just as a bit of a lark, PF, if I knew exactly when the it'll start trading under Caravel, whatever the new symbol is going to be, maybe the day before, just take a little bit of this and see if it pops the next day. Speaking of popping, there's Tops. So it did drop below 5 and then pop right back up. That's why you've got to have a, wider. You're going to take this. You got to have a wider stop, fewer shares, wider stop. Otherwise, you just get stopped out. Depending where you put your stop, of course. Ah, DBI now. Maybe it will take out 12. I'm not in it anymore. Okay, I'm not in it anymore. But DBI looks now okay. The market's putting in a bit of a red bar here. So Dow's down a little bit. Well, quite a bit, I guess. 239. Nas is still up. So there's a little disconnect between the value versus growth stocks. All right, checking the races here. Top's only won one race. It looks like it's on the verge of winning another race, though. TOPS in the racing. Now, this Aspen, isn't this the. No, I'm wrong. All right, guys, maybe keep an eye on this SHC. The next high looking left is 960. So it's got about $1 to that next high, and it's starting to move. Not a huge amount of volume, 194,000 shares. So it's not a huge volume. I wish the volume were a lot more. Well, that post of yours, William, will go down in infamy about Tops. I'm just pulling your leg, but look at this thing go. Yeah. And look at the volume, tremendous volume. 18 million shares, 2.3 in the float. Okay, guys. Now this is a continuation of earnings, perhaps. AVXL. Okay, now it got hammered down. This is on the 28th. It got hammered down on earnings, but trying to recover a little bit. AVXL. Well, I guess I should have hung on to my DBI short, but look at AVXL trying to come back. So it's above that high, 946. It's above that high of 2 days ago. Again, I got hammered down on earnings. So this is a bit of a bounce play. Tell you what got me out. The histogram was starting to move a little bit higher here, so that's what kind of got me out. But anyway, I mentioned this VIVK a little bit earlier. The volume wasn't there, but yeah, the volume still isn't there. No, I remember you saying that 11 is on deck, but you know me, that whole number looked like it was going to be tough to break. Well, I read it. Level two, level two, level two. That's okay. I did pretty well on it. Look at the China EVs today, guys. Here's LI. We saw XPAV earlier. I'm sure NIO is maybe doing the same type of thing. Basically moving with the market. Well, with that in mind, I'm going to keep still keeping an eye on this GIII to see if it has more weakness. With DPI just moving down, retailers are a couple of retail earnings plays. Okay, guys. Now Shoals is another one. SHLS. That showed up at wow 2412. Whew, 2412 was the price of my 10-day daily breakdown. It still has some room to move if it wants to. I mean 2337. I think the next low is 22. So, boy, it's got a lot of room still till that next low. SHLS. Lots of volume. What do they do? Semis? So it's a semi. Okay. Yeah, Vapo was showing up on, so just won the last race. Vapo. Oh yeah, right. Vapo's got this potential gap fill. 126. So it's right there, guys. 126 is the high. And then after that, 173. So I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but that is what we're looking at on a daily chart. What's the float like? 22 million in the float. So it's, pretty low float. Is there any news on Vapo? Yeah, I don't see any news. It's just doing its thing. Yeah, look at Lucid. Holy smokes, look at Lucid. This is almost an all-time low for Lucid, guys. LCID. It looks like the EVs are getting hit here. There's Fisker, another one, FSR. 695 is the low. After that, the next low is 648. Keeping an eye on this SHLS. I think if it gets back into the 30s, I may take a short on it. It may not get there. It's at 2347, 2351. Yeah, the spread is not, the spread is kind of, yeah, 2331, 2341 now for, it's not terrible, but it's not great for SHLS. I mean, right now the spread is okay, but it can widen. So it's kind of keeping me out of it right now. If this is having any sort of a, oops, not that one, G triple I. Nice so far for Shady on the bounce for G triple I. Another one moving down here, guys. Charge point. So a lot of the EVs in the EV sector are moving down. Meanwhile, DBI continues. So this is moving counter to G triple I. Point, we might get a bounce for the DBI, but not yet. Okay, guys, BBW looks interesting. I know the volume isn't very good, but it's trying to take out the pre-market high. It just did, taking out the pre-market high. Second day continuation of earnings for BBW. I know the volume, well, the volume's starting to pick up. Morning, trading with the edge in YouTube. Look at BBW, guys. BBW. I know the volume is low, but this is looking really on the second day continuation after earnings. Look at Manu. I mean, it looked like it was just going to start ripping when it took out that 4 day ago high and put right back. Fetch continues to move down here. FTCH continues to move down, getting close to that potential bounce area of 7. All right, guys, BBW. Again, I know the volume isn't huge yet, but I mean, it's only got 13 in the float. Okay, what's happening on the? I have a thumbnailed one for CINC. Not really moving that much. Yeah, so Vapo now, I'd love to see it rest just a little bit here. Look at the volume coming in for Vapo. It is now above that high of a few days ago. I guess maybe 3 weeks ago, 126. So the challenge, I mean, there is, I mean, 173. 173 is the next high looking left. So if this can settle just a minute, I hate to just start to chase it just because it's, taking that high out. Yeah, I was mentioning this AVXL earlier, seeing if it could start to run a little bit more, but looks like the buyer or the sellers have taken over again for AVXL. Had the earnings a few days ago. Big downturn on earnings. Well, guys, it's SHLS. I was watching this as it was trading in this 20s, 20 to 30, but it's just too jumpy. So I'm going to just forget about it. Oh man, I just wish this would. It's just not wanting to look at the volume that's pouring into Vapo, VAPO. I just feel like I'm chasing it though. If I take it now, I'd like to see it just rest a bit, but it may not. Okay, guys, I see kind of at an important level here. What's the low is 2265 right there. And then the next low is 2234. So maybe too much. I mean, there is really the support area, 2156 perhaps, about $1 away for IC, but it is weakening. Okay, so we're all negative now. Okay, Dow is down quite a bit. Now NAS is down, SPY is down. So let's take a look at the sectors. You're going to see a big change, huge change now. This will be the change from the open. You're going to see a huge change here. Most of these will be negative. Yeah, so look, I mean, obviously with the market moving down, so these now are the change from the open. These are the major sectors change from the open. Remember how everything was super positive before? Now 20%, 79% of the tech stocks are below their opening price. Okay, that make up XLK. Retail, look at retail, 83%. Even I think energy. So I mean, this is really telling the tale of what's happening right now. This is the change from the open. Well, there's fetch now at 7. I mean, this is such a big level for it to try to hold. I know it's showing up in your bounce scan, but with the market moving down, pretty tough to commit to. Boy, look at that bounce for Shoals. Disappointing for me. I was really hoping this would hold this 23 level and then really break down below it, but didn't do it. Well, Vapo just going without me. Just too much. Could not find an entry. I guess the entry could have been over that high, 129, but it was still kind of running from there. So, well, here's another one showing up here, guys, on the 10-day daily breakdown. CTO, CTO. So underneath CTO, that's a low float, 16 million in the float. So underneath, where is the next low? Not that far away. Looks like 1889. Yeah, 1891. So it's not that far away. I wish it were down here, at 1718. So not interested. Famous last words if it just really crashes. But this is what I'm talking about. Okay, CTO showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. 1920 was the first alert at 10:32. All right, guys, little pause here. 10:30, 10:33. So just give me a moment here. Okay, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, I open the main room at 8 o'clock. You guys can chat until 9. That's when I get on the mic on both rooms meaning YouTube and the main room. YouTube is the same, just less activity, not as many traders in there, but they see me or they see my screen and they can hear me. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. Wow, I mean, even this silly little one is just rocking here. This VIVK, not very much volume, but holy smokes, look at that volume. Look at that move for VIVK on little volume. So what I like to do is start off with my homepage. There is a lot of information on my homepage. Okay, guys, sorry, my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, you will see this. Okay, so right at the top here, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's our promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Give you an idea how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So annual premium, 2,000 less the 15%. Standard, 1,000 less the 15% on an annual basis. The big difference is the AI, which is not having a great day today. But again, I use it like a watch list. You know, it's setups, can be setups all day long. And I look at certain price ranges. I see VAXs there. That could be interesting for me. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. In fact, don't do that unless you absolutely know you want the product. You can always, take out a monthly, try us out. 118 for standard, 228 for premium, less the 15%. First month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. At any time, though, if you do want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 15% discount. Okay? And as always, if you do take out a subscription, you must do this. Now let's get started. Okay. 30 minutes, 10 videos, short videos, the download and installation. First startup and login, toolbar and right click magic. Please do that first. It's a software program. There is a bit of a learning curve. I do a stock of the day video at, well, I don't know what time. I might start doing it around noon again. But anyway, I do a stock of the day video. It's free. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before. Let's take a look at what it's doing. Clean was the trade of the week. I know it triggered yesterday. So the trigger was 640. So it got up to 682 today. I mean, these are designed for longer term holds, but how you're going to trade them, if you trade them, is up to you. It did not trigger until yesterday with that big market push. Education, big education section is right here. Click on the education. Here is the user guide. Now, don't get hung up on how much information there is. You don't have to learn everything. There's that getting started again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window, a top list window is, there's a T window, and about stock racing. And afterwards, you can, figure out how to put sound alerts and price alerts and all that. But get this down first. There's that getting started again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so I think it's Steve today, and he's the originator of the trades of the week. So you can ask him about the trades of the week. Okay. Daily webinars. There is one today. Next week we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. This week we're on the Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos. And back to basics. If you guys know who Michael Noss is, he does a Tuesday stint in the YouTube room. But anyway, he put this all together. If you're new to trading, introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. Free. It's a free resource. So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at that. My scans. Here are my scans. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. You've seen me talk about the 10-day daily breakouts and breakdowns. Okay, that's a scan that I'm sharing. And here are the 2 races that I'm sharing. I do have other scans that you can take a look at. But here are the 2 races that I'm sharing right here. And I'll go over the racing in a bit. So if you want to take out a subscription, please use my link and use my promo code. The room gets credit. And I get a little piece of it, but the room gets credit. And the room is free. Obviously, we use it as a marketing tool, promotional. So it always helps the room if you if you use my link and take out and use my promo code. But there's more to it than that because I mean, if you save my homepage link, you got all this information. You know, my scans, which I do change up from time to time. I think what I've tried to do in this education section is put most of the things that people are interested in here so that you don't have to go to our homepage and try to navigate through that homepage to figure out what you're looking for. Okay. So that's just another reason to save my link. Okay, guys, so what they're going to do, I guess we've got some swag, some trading books and all that, and I'm going to have a link for you. If you feel so inclined, provide a little testimonial about trade ideas. I'll have a little more information. I'll have a link for you. So if you're looking for some free swag, you can do that. But I don't have the link yet. They're telling me that the link is coming. Okay, so the question in the trade ideas questions tab in the main room, what is the black histo and what? Now, I think you asked that before. So again, just a recap of what this is. It's kind of you don't have access to it yet. Okay, I don't know when you're going to have access to it, but basically it's a ratio between bullish and bearish candlestick patterns. So the higher that bar, the more bullish it is. The lower the bar starts to fade, the more bearish it is. Okay. So how I tend to use it, and I tend to use it later on in the day as more data is being built up. We're only an hour and 15 into the market. If I'm in a trade already and I see the bar is pretty high, sometimes I'm like any other trader, I can get a little jumpy about, taking profits and all. So for instance, if I'm in a trade but the bars are nice and high and the stock looks like it maybe, going down a little bit, instead of my getting all nervous about it, I'm now finding that I'm able to keep in the trade a lot longer as long as the bars are high. That's when I'm in a trade. Okay, that's one way. I'm not saying that's, it's always going to work that way. The other way is that if I see a stock consolidating a bit, but the bars are high and it really hasn't moved, to me, that could mean that something is kind of, I'll use the term percolating under the surface, that something could happen. And I've seen this several times, where a stock looks like it's consolidating and yet the bars are really high. And then, it could take an hour and then all of a sudden it pops. All I can say is that's how I'm using it. I'm not saying that's, how others should use it, but that is what I'm kind of focusing on. And I think it's a very cool indicator because I don't know if there's another one out there like this. I honestly don't. That compares candlestick patterns, bullish versus bearish. It doesn't matter the time frame. I mean, I'm using a 15-minute chart, but I do have a 5-minute. I just kind of keep an eye on because obviously if something starts happening, you'll see it. You'll catch it earlier on a lower time frame. But I tend to stick on the 15 to give me a little more confidence. But that'll be up to once this indicator is available, it'll be up to you. I say it is not available yet. That is correct. I don't know when they're going to make it available. Like Michael Noss, he created it months ago, forgot he had it. I kind of discovered it about, I don't know how long ago now, a month, 3 weeks ago, when I was I did a right click and I was looking at some indicators and I wanted to modify an indicator I had and I happened to see it. TI pattern recognition. You don't have it, okay? And I thought, well, what's that? And I loaded it and I didn't really know what I was looking at. And then Michael explained it and said, okay, he asked me to keep an eye on it. So that's what I've been doing. But in no way am I trying to give the impression that this is the be all and the end all. There was no indicator on earth that is the be all and the end all. Okay. And I am not a big indicator guy. I don't look at stochastics and RSI and MACD and, I just don't. But, a couple of things I do pay attention to: the 200-day moving average, the VWAP, and now this. Oh, please, AMC going. Okay. Yeah, a little bit. You tell me when it's at 10, takes out the 200-day. I'm just, yeah, I don't look at 1 minute candles, TT. Question was in our YouTube room. I don't trade typically in the first 15 minutes at all. Okay. So I'm the wrong person to ask that type of question. Question was, would I consider OKPA first minute candle as price action? I just don't look at 1 minute candles at all. Now, in this particular case, yeah, it bounced, not bounced. It was an earnings play, and it continued higher for about the first 30 minutes. But I never look at 1 minute candles. Hmm. And by my saying that, that is not to imply that you shouldn't. Okay. Boy, oh boy, that shows what a bounce it had. Because that was the play. Now coming into the VWAP, interesting. The VWAP is 24.22 right there. There's the VWAP. So it is coming right into the VWAP. Will that stall it? Well, I'm always usually waiting 15 minutes, TT. Okay. Well, I never know what the main stock. I mean, so the question is, what do I think is the main stock? I mean, we do our pre-market work. We have a list of stocks that have moved. Okay. Um, in the pre-market. So I have I can have some focus on those stocks, but I rarely take a trade in the first 15 minutes. Rarely. I may make, sometimes I'll make an exception if the stock is making an all-time low and it shows up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but I rarely take a trade in the first 15 minutes. And I'm not recommending that's what everybody should do, but that's just my style. I like to see things settle down a little bit. I will miss, I will miss the runners that run right from the beginning, but I'm psychologically prepared for that. I don't get bent out of shape seeing something that runs and think to myself, man, I should have got in it right off the bat. I've just seen too many times where stocks pop up and down, up and down, up and down in that first 15. So I just lay low. Always setups, all day long. But again, that's my style of trading. Okay, guys, so I've shown you that I am sharing a lot of scans. If you click on new from our toolbar in the dot channel bar, these are a lot of theme-based layouts. So I'll take a look at the momentum scan, the momentum layout right here. And these are all theme-based layouts. Okay, so if you're new to trade ideas, you can take a look at all these different layouts that we have. You don't have to learn them all. They're all theme-based. So here is a momentum scan. It's an alert window. And you can see that VAX is coming through it. And you can see the volume, the 15-minute, you can start to see that volume burst. So what is this scan looking for, as an example? If I right click, configure, and that's the same for any scan, my scans that I'm sharing, any scan that you see. If you right click and then on the scan and then click on configure and then summary, it's going to tell you exactly what it's looking for. So we are a scanner. Okay. Now there are a lot of screeners out there. There is a difference. First of all, we should have said that it doesn't matter where you live in the world, it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. Okay. So this is the screening aspect. These are the filters. So if a stock is in this particular scan, if a stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal. And here are the key ones: 1,000% normal in the last minute, 400% in the last 5 minutes. That's why it's called momentum. That's why typically you're going to see stocks, really shooting higher on volume. So if all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we're seeing CBay right now. Now this is a scan that I'm actually sharing. Okay. So look at CBay right now. So this is a scan that I'm actually sharing on my homepage. So a lot of people might say, well, great, there's CBay. What do I do with it? Well, you do a couple things. I mean, if this were just starting out again, a little bit of consolidation and it was popping, you might take the trade, looking left. You got to see where the next high is. To me, the next high is too close, around $4, so it could stall there easily. Or you could say, you know what, I love this one, but I'm going to wait for it to pull back to a certain price level. You just put a price alert. Okay. I mean, that's a way of looking at it. Wow, look at KTRA. I mean, this has just been on I almost took this yesterday late. I almost took this and said, I'm going to hold this. I didn't do it. What a run this has had. I think this was an earnings play in the 10th. So if you wanted this scan, and all I'm really trying to demonstrate here is all these theme-based layouts or theme-based channels. They're layouts, of course. They all have scans in here. So if you like the idea of this scan, again, I'm sharing this one, but just in general, if you like the idea of a scan that you see and you wanted it as part of your layout, what you do is you have to take it out of this layout here. And to do that, you just right click and you duplicate into a free floating window. When you do that, it takes it out of this layout, and it popped on when it popped up on one of my other monitors. So here it is. So if you like it the way it is, in other words, you don't want to make any modifications to the price range or anything else, the only thing, then you can save it to your cloud. The only thing I would do before you do that is right click and would go to symbol linking and just check link to all. The reason you do that is that what's happening here is that when I click on an alert in the channel, it's going to load these two charts right here. But assuming that you have charts of your own in your layout, when you take it out of this, you want to be able to click on IMPL and have it load into your charts. And so that's what you have to do. You have to just go to the symbol linking and link to all. I actually wish they would get rid of this. I think that I think I don't know if it's confusing, but I wish they would get rid of this. So once you do that, just save it to the cloud, and then you can go to the different, and all this is in the guide. Okay, I'm not trying to explain all the intricacies of trade ideas right here. I'm just trying to show you, give you an overview. So all this is in the guide. Then you save it to the cloud, go to another channel, maybe extract another scan that you like. I would only caution you on this though. Do not have so many alert windows, so many top list windows up and running so that, I'll use the phrase, I do say it every day. You're clicking like mad all day long on different symbols and not getting anything done. And that's where the racing comes in. Let me get rid of this. What a bounce for this SHLS. I was really wrong about this one. So if you're new to trade ideas, or even if you're new to trading, I think this is going to be really interesting to look at the races. Okay, here's the Vapo. So it finally did stall a bit. So what the races do is this. All races start from a top list window. Now I'm sharing these two races, so you don't have to. And all this is in the guide. If you go to the education section, my homepage, and then click on the guide, and then TI stock racing. It's all in there. Several videos. Okay. So before we had racing, this is what a top list window was used for. So you see, I've got all these column headers. These are just filters. So I got the change from the close percent, the change from the open percent, the relative volume, etc. Any one of these column headers you can sort on them to see, and so basically get a ranking of, for instance, what stock has moved the most change from the open. So if I double left click rapidly, I can see that VIVK has moved 30% from the open. Vapo has moved 28% from the open. Remember, the open is the first trade of the day, and what does it do? What has it done since then? We also have the change from the close. Okay, so tops has moved 68% from yesterday's close, etc. So that's great, but how do you use this to trade? I mean, it's nice to see maybe, but how do you use this to actually trade? For instance, if you stare at VIVK and see now it's at 31.1, and again, then it goes to 32, 33. I mean, that'd be crazy to have to do that. Or what if one of these ones down here, this ape, I hate to use ape, but okay, Ader, okay, is at 4.7% from the open. What if all of a sudden, for some reason, it starts to move? Now it's 6%, now it's 8%, now it's 10%. You would never know that, okay? Because, this is a huge list of stocks. Well, that's where the racing comes in. Doesn't matter what these symbols are right now. What does matter is this. If the stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up 2% from the close, then any stock that meets these filter requirements could appear in the race. So how does it appear in the race? So I'm running 4-minute races. Okay, and you can adjust, you run your own time frames at all. You go to the guide and all, and it shows you how you can adjust. I like to run 4-minute races. So what does that mean? So right now I'm about a minute into this 4-minute race. So you're going to see the stocks that meet the filter requirements, between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares, up 2%, etc. If any stock meets those filter requirements, you're going to see the ones that are moving the most. So you can see right now that tops is at the top. It's moved almost 3% since the race started. But, you're going to see jockeying for position all, while the race is still on. Because, obviously some other stock could come out of nowhere and maybe be on top. But what I think is really cool about it is that it automatically creates a watch list for you to watch all day long. And how is it created? Well, the stocks that win the most races will appear. So Vapo won 6 races. That's what that means. Tops won 4, etc. So this watch list is automatically created for you. So it gives you focus. Yeah, there's all sorts of other stuff that can be going on. But if you just focus on these stocks all day long, Vapo, for instance, mentioned this one earlier. Maybe, you might say, man, I missed this whole move, but maybe if it pulls back to, I don't know, a moving average, maybe to the VWAP 134, maybe you want to know about it. Create a price alert. Okay. And that's why you've got to practice trading using our simulator if you've never traded before. But this gives you a great focus. We even have real, this is real stock. Okay. I'm not saying that every single stock here is worth trading at some point, but at least it gives you focus. You look at tops, it's trying to hold the VWAP right now. So does that VWAP hold? Does it hold and maybe bounce off it? I don't know. You don't know. But if you're starting out trading, maybe say to yourself, well, it looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP at 499. I'll take the trade in the simulator with a stop at the VWAP. See what happens. And then this race over here, this is a more volatile race. In other words, you will see some stocks with pretty big percentage moves. I mean, I'm talking about it's not bad, 3%, but you'll see some stocks moving 5, 10%. Here you will not. Doesn't mean this is bad. All this means is it's a little less volatile. And how does that happen? Well, I put a 500 million minimum market cap and 50 million minimum float. So, you'll see stocks that they'll be moving, they just won't be having the huge percentage moves. That doesn't mean it's not worth looking at. Look at Toll as an example, TOL. There's the VWAP, 49.16. Okay, so you click on the alert, you see what's happening. If you think that the VWAP might hold it, then you could take the trade perhaps. Okay, and then put the stop at the VWAP and just see what happens. All right, guys. So the only other thing I just want to talk about is this Brokerage Plus window. I'll put the link in. Oops. So I'll put a link called Brokerage Plus, and in that link there are two videos. There's a short video if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. Now, if you don't have an IB or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. And please don't ask, well, will it become available on my broker? I have no idea. I have no idea when or if that'll happen. Okay. The second video goes into more detail on how you can use this, and how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. Now, this is only available, as is racing, only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're on a web-based version of Trade Ideas, then this is not available. And just as a note, if you have a PC, please use the application, okay? Don't use the web-based version. The only reason people use the web-based version typically is because they're on a Mac, or maybe they're on a tablet or something. Okay, but if you have a PC and you're wondering, well, should I use the web-based version or the downloadable application? Always use the app. Okay, guys, now just demonstrate a little bit how to use this simulator. So if you click on New from the toolbar and then click on Brokerage Plus, the window will show up. and then it'll say not connected. Now, if you don't see this, you just make sure you might have to stretch, stretch the window out or something like that. Just stretch it, grab the right-hand side and pull it. Okay. And then you'll see that not connected. Then you click on SIM. There are two options underneath Brokerage Plus. One says live, one says SIM. Click on SIM. That'll change to account. And then click on account. And then you're in the simulated trading default. So why you see this MMAT is I was demonstrating its use yesterday. Okay. And I took this trade in the simulator. So you can see this is yesterday. You can see that here's how you can practice swing trading. If you take a trade today and you don't exit it at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. Okay. It's simple to use. Just give me a moment, please. Hey, sorry about that, guys. So again, easy enough to do. Just click on an alert. Here's Vapo. I'll click on Vapo. The symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. Oh, let's just for fun take this. Okay, I'll take 400 shares. I'll go in at the right at the ask. The bid ask is only a penny, so I click the buy, send, and now I'm in the trade. If I want to get out of the trade, it will show up soon. If I want to get out of this trade, I just highlight it and flatten it. So if I had a list of trades here, I would just highlight the one I want to get out of and I flatten. Or I could get out of half, or I could double my position. Okay. So we'll just keep this in here and see what happens. What's been nice is Box. I mean, the BOX, I didn't see this in the pre-market as an earnings play because it didn't have, I guess it didn't meet my filter requirements, but this has been pretty decent earnings play today, guys. BOX. Look at the volume for ONCY today, guys. This is a big volume burst for ONCY, ONCY. And let's take a look at, boy, this, I didn't see this. I mean, this took out that high right there at 201. And it's not a low float, 57 million. So it's not crazy low, not high, but it is just on the move here. See if there's any, so receive fast track designation. Okay. I don't know when it came out. Actually, it came out earlier. So this Land's End is an earnings play. Another retailer getting clobbered here, down 26%, maybe coming into a support area around 8. Another retailer getting a little bit clobbered here. It's not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 22nd, but Caleres, don't know these guys at all. Footwear, okay. So look at, I mean, the retailers are getting XRT. Let's take a look at the retail ETF. All right, guys, 11:13. So I'm just going to confirm it will be Steve in our YouTube room at 12 o'clock in about 45 minutes. Well, these are just sneaky good earnings plays. You know, the box. I mean, it held it's kind of held the VWAP and then it just accelerated off it. 28.52, 29.36 now. You know, keep an eye on the tops, guys. I mean, it's actually, I mean, it's holding that VWAP. It held the VWAP here. 5 is the VWAP, holding the VWAP. High of the day was way up here at 580. Spread is kind of tightened up, 527, 530. Speaking of Land's End, this showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Just looks like 8 may be the support area. So it's at 836 right now. Okay, guys, I'm going to put a link in if you're interested in some swag. Don't ask me anything more about it other than click on the link. So here's what it's going to look. The 12 days of Christmas giveaway. Okay, use Trade ID, enter your email, your video, etc. The swag. Okay, so a little bit of a swag giveaway if you do a little bit of a testimonial for trade ideas. And here is the link, okay? I didn't see new car on the list, okay? So there it is, guys. Trade ideas Christmas giveaway, okay? So if you feel so inclined, you want to do this, again, I'll just show you what it looks like. Okay, here are the steps. Yeah, listen, AMC is on the move. There's no question. AMC is on the move. I mean, right now it's let's see where the resistance could be. 1135 looks like the next highs are around that 1135 mark. Okay, and that's for AMC. Oh, just confirmed. It is Steve. It's going to be Steve in our YouTube room at noon. And again, Steve's the originator of the trades of the week. So again, clean energy is the trade. It's not doing too badly. It triggered yesterday at 640. So it's 670 now. We're going to get up to today. How you trade it is up to you. All right. I guess I have to look to see how GME is doing, the other big memer. Yeah, not as, still negative. AMC is not. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Well, AMC is showing up now on your topping scanner. I mean, hey, listen, it's moving. I mean, no question, it is moving. Let's back this out just a little bit more. 835, so it's through that. The memers have definitely got a hold of it right now. And let's take a look. Here is another high over here, 866. Now, if it keeps going, wow, that's 10. And okay, and Bed Bath and Beyond also moving. So the meme stocks are, yeah, the meme stocks are moving. Yeah, meme stocks are definitely moving right now. And yeah, AMC just got halted on the upside. You're absolutely right. Guys, you might want to take a look at XPAV. XPAV over 10 again after the downturn, over 10 again. Held the VWAP. 993 is the VWAP. 994 is the VWAP. So it held the VWAP. Well, it say it held. It did not hold it. It broke through it, but now it's above it. And of course, this was a big mover yesterday. What was the high yesterday? It was 1096. So it's got some room, until it hits that next time. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it's moving kind of counter to what the market is doing. Market's putting in two red bars. This is now a green bar for XPEV. Well, I should have been paying a little more attention to the AI. I mean, there are a couple there are three there that are in my wheelhouse in terms of the price range, and they're all up. And that's the VAX, VAXX, is what I'm talking about. Give you a glimpse of what it looks like. There was the entry. There's your stop. I don't look at anything under unless it's under $20 from the AI. That's just me. And here they are. And there's that KTRA. Wow. So if you have the premium service, that's all I would do. I just click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window. That's all you really should focus on. Never mind anything else. I wouldn't go to the channel and look at everything. I would just take a look, have this one window, okay, and then incorporate it as part of your layout. Then nothing happens until at least 9:35. That's the earliest you'll get an alert from the AI. In other words, nothing in the pre-market and nothing post-market. Why do you say tops is getting squeezed? Normally that means it's going up, but it's still trying to hold that VWAP, guys. Tops is still trying to hold the VWAP. Well, when I looked last, GME, yeah, was negative, but it has obviously popped up. But again, guys, just to put it in perspective, okay? So let's say this is $27 right now. Oops. Okay, so to put it in perspective, they waited for a long time for them to do their forward split, the 1-for-4 forward split, and that was done when it was $160. So if you take this and multiply by 4, you get about 108. So it is still way below that price, just to put it in perspective. As long as it's not another website, well, not shouldn't say website, but I mean, as long as it's just a course and not somebody trying to charge for it, DAC, and then get them into another trading room, then that's fine, sure. Tyler's, but Tyler's is not free, right? I don't think it's free unless he's changed. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, he in those days he charged two. I mean, Dak, I was with you, but having Disnat, it was free. But I think some pay $2,000 for. I'm not saying it's bad if you want to spend 2,000. I would take a look at Michael's first. Just goes over. I mean, Tyler did a fabulous job. I mean, it was a great course. I'm talking to Dak in our main room. I think what they could do first, though, is take a look at Michael Noss, what he put together as a real basic primer, okay? Before you're going to go out and spend a couple $1,000s. Well, it's not so much trade just as a course. It's just but Michael Noss did put that together, 36 videos. It's not as extensive as Tyler's, no. But I would try that first before you go and spend some money. Boy, Tops is still hanging in here, guys. That VWAP is really, really holding it so far. But again, if you're going to take this trade, it might, if you took this trade right now as an example, and this is not a recommendation to do it, and you use the VWAP as your stop, that's a very tight stop. That's the problem, because it could blow right through that. Meanwhile, Vax guys, Vax from the AI and from my 10-day daily breakout. Is it the same price? Yeah, so the AI had a little bit earlier. My 10-day daily breakout had it right here, 331. The AI had it at 314. And of course, it's all over here. At least it should be. Now you see, it's interesting because it's not won a race yet. And doesn't mean it's, and that's the, I got to bring it up again in the marketing meeting. Because what I want to have happen is the top three stocks. In other words, if a stock finished second, what if a stock finished second, 10 times? It just didn't, win a race. But say a stock is at 4%, and that stock that didn't win is at 3.9%. Still a good stock, but it's not gonna show up here. So my idea is to have the stocks that finish in the top three positions show up in some kind of a list. Because this is just, I don't know if there's any, did I see any news on this? Because this race still has 2 minutes left. I mean, it's at 5% right now, but what if it drops and then some other, but that doesn't mean, we can't watch it. Not many at IB. 2,000 shares for AMC right now. And for GME, actually for GME, there are a lot of shares, 1.4 million shares available at Interactive Brokers for GME. AMC is dicey. Only 1,000 shares right now. Meanwhile, GIII just made another new low, guys. We're talking the same thing. I'm hearing it right here, the grunt, grunt, grunt. That's my sound alert for the 10-day daily breakdown. Wow. I mean, so the AI has had a couple of, I mean, you look at the overall, it looks terrible, right? But if you just I mean, I have a way of, trading only or looking at only the ones under $20. I don't care about the other ones. That's just me. But look at this move now for KTRA from 780 to 844. And of course the VAX move. These are big. I haven't seen this for a while. Now you got 19% move. So I use it like a watch list. I mean, I just missed, the VAX. But you guys who have the AI have no excuse. Okay. I'm doing so many different things at the same time. And the KTRA has just been an absolute rocket ship. Look at this. Less than 3 days, it's a double. And that had earnings on the 10th. But again, this is what I'm saying. If you look at the overall, it looks terrible. Okay. Aggressive, moderate, and conservative, moderate, and aggressive, all losing. If you take, but I just use it like a watch list. The other thing is like with the MYGN, at one point this was profitable. The alert was at what, 2054, and it got up to 2087. At the very least, you probably should have got out flat if you didn't take any profit. But that's why I'm always saying, and I wish they would get rid of the automation aspect. People want to automate it, and this won't work. All right, now this one we saw yesterday. This is this UK stock. Yeah, that's the only issue maybe, but 17, it's got another dollar. I mean, till it hits that next high looking left. That's the ABCM. Oh, another new low now for Cal guys. CAL, retailer. Okay, guys, Aussie just showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. ONCY. So I'm going to back this out just a bit. I want to see where the next high is on the weekly chart. See if it's got some room. So I don't know. I mean, 238 is the next high on the weekly chart. That might be just too near. Now this, may break right through it. 57 million in the float, so it's not a crazy low float situation. That was yeah, the BL. I read that captain's comments about, and these are the guys who shorted or who came out with the so-called expose 2 weeks ago, and then they're further Muddy Waters doubling down on allegations. This was in the pre-market. However, it's interesting, guys. There's Goldman Sachs maintains a buy. Now they've lowered their price target to 25, so it's kind of interesting. And that's today. Yeah, so this was 9:12 anyway, so this is before the market opened. Well, what's the next low looking left? On that week, it hit 903. Last week, the low was 1238, so it's a little bit below that. But it's interesting that Goldman still came out with a, even though it's dropped their price recommendation or price target. I don't know what it's dropped from, but they're still putting a price target of 25 today. Boy, look at Shoals again, making another new high. Maybe not a new high, but just continue. The held the VWAP, guys, SHLS. Missed the boat on this one on the bounce for sure. Even, yeah, I see what you're talking about now, Zach. So CVNA is even getting into the act here. It's acting like a meme stock because there's no reason for it in terms of a press release or any news. Just bottom fishing. Lots of volume coming in. I mean, that's the biggest volume bar of the day on the 15 now. So it has another little over 2 minutes to close. So that's the biggest volume bar on the day. Oh, I see. I didn't realize they had announced the financing late Wednesday. I didn't see that. 22.50 a share. So it's holding. So that 22.50 held. Yeah. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Guys, I'm back. I see something is exploding here. Look at the VAX. Yeah. A little symbol crash for these ones in my 10-day daily breakout. But you see what happened? And you see what happened? Vax did not win a race. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My eyes are betraying me here. It won 2 races. Well, guys, Nutanix is another earnings play, and it's just inching its way up. It's through the 200-day moving average, and next high looking left, it's got room. 3176 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So I don't know. Some of these earnings plays, they just keep, little pullbacks and then move, a little pullback and then a move. Good grief, lad. Look at that. Look at the shoals. Held that VWAP. I was just mentioning it just seems like a minute ago. What a pop. Well, I know I have a weekly chart up here. Where's the next high? 466? Yeah, 466 on the weekly for VAX. VAXX. 24%. And that KTRA, 10%. Two huge movers from the AI. And again, if you think I'm just cherry picking, yeah, I am. I mean, to a certain extent. I just look at the ones that are moving. I don't care about, first of all, I only look at the ones that are under 20 typically. But, you can always maybe, like the MYGN, for instance. So this actually, let's see if I could even turn into a short now. Okay, guys, it looks like that's it for tops. It is not shortable for me anyway, but you see how it broke down through that VWAP? The 5 was holding it for quite a while, but now it's definitely breaking down. But you know what? I'd set an alert at 5. Who knows? Maybe later on in the day it regains the VWAP and starts to move. So just put a price alert there and see what happens. Boy, I was all set to hop into this AVDL, and then it did this. AVDL, it had that big bottoming tail all the way down to 937. No, I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of something else. I was thinking of AVXL. AVXL. This was an earnings play a few days ago. Okay, guys, as I say, Steve will be in our YouTube room in about 8 or 9 minutes from now. So what I'll do is I'll put the YouTube link in. Again, he's not there yet, but he'll be there very very soon. I'll put the YouTube link in. You can head over there and talk to Steve for an hour if you'd like to. Yeah, so as far as hard to borrow, no, because every broker is different, Dora. Yeah, Dr. Ora. Okay, every broker is different. Now, as far as the squeeze or the 32% short interest, and we have a filter for that. Drora? Okay, okay, Drora. Okay, but there's no because hard to borrow is going to be different from broker to broker. Okay, well, whatever we call you, okay, Drora. Um, but we do have the squeeze. We do have a 32% short interest. So we do have a filter for that. Yes. I'm surprised you don't know that. I know you've been around for a long time, but if you just click, do a search under float, okay? Here's your short float right here. Short float interest percent. Okay. So you could create a well, first of all, KTRA, I only see 3.2 for I think maybe you eyeballed that wrong. I mean, we have 3.25%, not 32%. Okay. But the reason it's going is because it's such a low float. Okay, guys. Well, the float is the number of shares available for trading, and for KTRA, so I mean it's very low, 1.4. Of that float, 3.2% is short. Okay, I mean that's all it means. That's from our data provider. So the float is the number of shares typically available to trade on any given day. So that's very, very low. Remember what the float is. You take the number of shares outstanding and start subtracting. Now, in a case like this, where it's such a little guy, I don't know. I mean, if we're like an Apple, okay? So Apple's got, I don't know how many billions of shares outstanding. So now you start subtracting what all the C-suiters own and all the mutual funds that can't trade them on a day-to-day basis. And that gets you to the float. So in this particular case, the float is 1.5 million. That's the available number of shares available to trade. And then of that float, 3% is short. Well, that is different. I mean, yeah, I'm looking, a very high fee rate. If you could find shorts available, like at Interactive Brokers, yeah, 123%. We don't have anything we don't have that as a filter. I'm not sure if that changes from broker to broker. I really don't know. Probably, I really don't know. Yeah, but don't confuse the that float number, the short float percent, with how much they're going to charge. Okay, they're two different things. Yeah, so we don't have a filter like that available. No, I don't even know. Maybe somebody can answer. I don't really pay that much attention to it, but I'm assuming that every broker is the same, or am I wrong? Because I know Zach mentions it every now and then, and I do a check on IB, and it looks like it's the same. How much they charge to their fee rate, as it's called. So, for instance, if I look at KTRA at IB, it says a fee rate of 123%, right? Like obviously huge. So, what does it say at E-Trade? Only 33%. Well, that's that's a massive difference. So it is not the same every broker. So consequently, there's no point in having a filter because it's like shares available to short. Every broker is going to be different. Some will have shares, some will have none. Okay, guys, I'm going to just put my announcement in on a break. Just waiting for Steve to show up. And there he is. Just give me one moment, Steve. So you can hear me probably.
Yep.
Okay, I'm just going to put my announcement in on a break. Now, can you go to one or do you have to leave earlier?
Well, I have a dev meeting at 1, so anytime between then, every minute counts.
Okay, I can be back at 10 too to give you some time if you want.
Sure.
Okay. So I'll be back around I'm just putting this in the general announcement. So I'll be back about 12:50.
Gonna have a good workout and a smoothie.
Yeah, definitely a workout for sure.
Yeah.
Let me just put the other room on. Okay, guys, so I'm putting you guys on mute in the main room. So I'll see you guys at around 12:50.
I'll
Now I can
go
talk to
ahead and
Steve
share my screen
a bit.
here. All right, good. You should have eyes on my screen now, everybody.
Get rid of that ape.
Get rid of that ape. They were talking about it. I had to look at it.
I know, I know, I know.
AMC. I just seeing how it's doing in relation to AMC. That's all. Yeah,
Hmm.
that's a pretty substantial breakout. And somebody asked me the other day what I thought of AMC. I said, "Well, it sure is a textbook flag there. It doesn't really want to go much lower than 7. So a
Hmm.
breakout above 8 could be interesting, but I'm not playing AMC. It's just
Yeah.
something I'm watching."
Okay, well, we don't want to get too into that, so
No. Any good World Cup matches on today?
well, for Canada, of course, see if they can win a game. That's about it. I mean, but if you're not
They had a
Canadian,
great
they don't
start.
care about that.
They had a great start in their first game, and then it just kind of got soft.
Yeah, well, they even scored that first goal
That's
against
right.
Croatia in the
Right.
second game, and that was exciting, but it just fizzled after that. But anyway,
All right. I'm here. Go ahead and
okay.
take your break, and I'll start
Thank
saying
you,
hi to
sir.
everybody. Okay.
Okay.
Bye bye. I will, however, need my pen, so we'll grab that. All right. Happy Thursday, everybody. I'm back in the chair here. I was off last week. And boy, it's hard to plug back in after you really tune out for a week. I'm still kind of behind the 8 ball. But I see a question there, Patrick. Yes, CLNE. I bought CLNE above the 640 trigger. I like the way it's handling. It was really, I mean, when that right there, if you look at the imprint of that daily chart, that was when the trade was called. So we literally had a couple days of washing around down there in the red and then popping back up, and then the trigger yesterday. Pretty steep pullback on the open. I'm never really scared of those when they're on the open. When they're on the close, I don't like it as much. But typically, after stock has made a strong move, you will have a bit of a profit taking attempt and a bit of a flush, and so it's popped back up. I think everything looks good for CLNE. I'm still in it, Patrick. No reason to get out. What I'd really like to see is, as you can see as well, this 20 SMA here is causing issues. So that's kind of our range right now. I'm going to say, between the 10 flattening out there and the 20, we're kind of in this range. So if we can post a closing candle above this 20 SMA, call it above 680, then we're back in clean air again. There's no moving averages to have to fend with. So I'm happy with the way it's working out so far. It didn't trigger immediately, and that's okay. Waited to shake a few more people out, and then it triggered. So all good over there for me as far as I'm concerned. What would get me out of this thing? What would get me out of it is, and I'm just pondering that question for myself. I really want to see this 10 SMA, okay, turn around and start to hold the issue. So what does that mean? That means we could do a little bit of this for the next couple of days, and that's fine. But I just want to make sure that 10 SMA stays intact and keeps the candles above that 10 SMA. It'll flatten out here and start to turn up in a few days. But yeah, good question nonetheless, Patrick. Anybody been sent here by our support team for some visual help on a particular study or a particular scan? Let me know. That's why I'm here. All right, just catching up on a few threads here. So let's take a look at the markets, see what we got going on. Obviously, yesterday was the day, and I want to point something out. Yeah, actually, in my Tuesday webinar, I mentioned that I was in the money on some SQQs. I put a stop in those things because I knew that the Fed Powell was going to speak yesterday, and I got stopped out of my shorts, probably, or my SQQ, I should say, probably right about there on that SPY break yesterday. I'm glad I just put it in there. I knew that the Feds were going to speak, and I had some profits I could play with, and then I just tightened up a stop on SQQ. So I'm not in that trade anymore for anybody who was curious from my Tuesday webinar. Basically, yeah, right about there. I got out on a stop yesterday. So what I want to get at is looking back at the inverse, or the actual, not the inverse, the SPY. We had a giant green candle yesterday. We were up huge. We took out the 200 SMA and closed above it. Another significant milestone. We did it on huge volume. But the most important thing I want to mention about yesterday is it's what was called a 90% day. You can have those on up days and down days. And that means that 90% of the S&P 500 were making highs or closed on highs, something like that. But the point is it was a massive, giant breadth move. There was no wishy-washy about it. These 90% days, they don't come along very often, but when they do, you've got to pay attention for, kind of an anchor to move higher off of. Typically, a 90% day is not given right back the very next day. Same thing goes for down days. Some days we have bad red candle down days, and you see everything. 90% of the S&P, was on lows. Those usually don't turn around and bounce right back either. So, 90% days are a big deal, especially when you've got a big candle and big volume. It's nothing really to to shake a stick at. You gotta be aware that that could be the beginning of something. So therefore, I have no shorts going on right now. I'm in CLNE. I also bought some BEAT. I was patient. I think about this in my webinar. I like this company. I like this technology they're creating. Essentially, they seem to have a pretty good technology on cardiovascular diagnostics from your cell phone, 12-point EKG type things that transmit that live data to your doctor. Just feels like there's a bit of a story brewing there. But I got my price. Okay. The point is, I did not wait. I did not chase this thing. I saw those 5 candles moving strongly last week, on my vacation. And I said, well, I'm not going to buy. There's going to be a point where I can wait for the pullback right into these moving averages that are fanning out. So I got my price. I'm in about 425, 430-ish. And I'm much better, feel better taking an entry here after the 3-day pullback. Feel much better about that risk reward than I would feel about chasing this for a risk reward, because everybody that felt like they were missing the boat and the train was leaving the station and wanted to get some shares in Heartbeam, excuse me. If they bought there because they were fear of missing out, you're going to have the inevitable reversion to the mean. It's going to pull back. So for swing trading, I kind of had my eye on this thing, but I waited. And of course, I used my price alerts to let me know when it hit 422 yesterday and started nibbling yesterday. Bought a little bit more today. But the point is, I'm trying to lean on this moving average, which is fanned out from the 20 and the 50. It's very strong. That was a good first move. This is nothing more than a breather. So I'm establishing a position right there as a swing trade. I see some red coming through my ticker. Okay? Yeah, the S&P is starting to roll over and just not hold as much as it was this morning. But I just personally, again, I don't think we're going to give too much of this back today, because yesterday was a 90% day. Caught a lot of people leaning short. They had to cover. A lot of people were waiting for the Fed to speak to go out and buy their wish list, and they started doing that as well. So all right. Anybody have questions? I see we did get a little midday jump like we usually do. People pop in here for the noon session. Still morning for me in California, but afternoon on the East Coast. I'm here to help whatever you want to talk about within reason. Hello, perfect. We're in between a VWAP from highs and the 200. We're in between a VWAP from the highs and the 200-day. Which one are we talking about? SPY? We're talking about we're in between a VWAP from the highs and the 200-day. So you mean the highs back here? Like the all-time high back here? Let's take a look. Anchored VWAP. Hey, you're right. There's that purple line right there. above. So yeah, we almost hit those anchored VWAPs from the all-time high in SPY. So we did take out the 200-day, but interestingly enough, I had for whatever reason, I had that line there. But that purple line you can see is what Perfect Circle's talking about. Taking an average volume weighted price from the all-time highs, we are running right smack into it. My buddy Brian Shannon, and I don't say that loosely, he's a good friend of mine, had a really good take yesterday. And he did it in a way in which he telegraphed what he was going to do ahead of time before the Fed came out. So let's look at that here for a second. This was yesterday. Okay. So Brian, he was on a panel and he said, this is what I'm looking to do if the Fed is dovish and the market takes off. I'm simply going to trade the market SPY or whatever using a 1-minute anchored VWAP. And so let's grab the anchored VWAP here. And if we put it right on that Fed candle, basically this is the candle where all the algorithms that have been invested in tens of millions of dollars or more basically read his prepared text. So when his prepared text was released yesterday on the wires, the algos read this and started to take off. But what Brian did was he went to here we go. I'm already set to go here on my anchored view. So I'm going to click the Fed candle, 1-minute candle. And it basically took me back all the way through yesterday. That doesn't seem right now. What did I do wrong? I think what I did wrong was I didn't do it at the time yesterday. I've got today's values in there. Let's just forget that example. It was a good one. If you don't follow Alpha Trends, Brian Shannon, you should. And he walked everybody through that trade yesterday, and it basically kept him in that trade all day long. All right. Yep, silver and gold doing its part. I'm in PSLV and a lot of my 401k account. Just would rather sit in silver than cash for the whole thing that's not being used up. But a lot happening there in SLV and PSLV. It's funny, even SLV had a bigger push than PSLV. You can see the real technical pinch that was happening there in SLV. The 20 bringing up the bottom with that 200-day kind of forcing the wedge there. A little bit of a false breakout there, but now we've got really 2 days of solid confirmation that maybe, just maybe, the silver and gold story is starting to come alive as people are getting less weighted in equities or treasuries or what have you. Additionally, I think we've all heard about this crypto FTX scam, this absolute fraud, this thing that blew up, but nobody really wants to, in the media, call it what it is. You're treating this guy with kid gloves. It's just ridiculous. His t-shirt and his shorts and his nappy head. He's playing the victim now. Point being, though, is that guy and his FTX scam has lost a lot of credibility for a lot of people in crypto. Therefore, there could be a story that is people are like getting less weighted in crypto and they're going back to the old gold and silver defensive stance for inflation because, I mean, let's face it, it's still the Wild West over there in crypto land. And what happened with FTX is not very comforting to a lot of people. So I think that's kind of helping the catalyst a little bit in silver and gold. Now, I prefer just the commodity itself. Mining stocks, you're on your own with those. They're still stocks. They're still board members. They're still publicly traded company. I'm more bullish on the actual commodity. than anybody trying to mine the commodity or figure out who's doing the best job mining it. What broker do I use? I've got Schwab and I've got TD Ameritrade, 2 different accounts, perfect circle. Feels like the whole FTX mess was a false flag. Well, false flags are real. But I think this thing goes so much deeper than anybody realizes. Money laundering, Ukraine, FTX was right in the middle of it. Okay, looks like we're caught up on questions. Whatever you guys want to talk about. Just catching up here. All right, let's look at some of these stock race plays from today. This one was the solid winner so far. Looks like it was even an AI trade. KTRA. A lot of times I like to look at these and see where they've come from. This is the 3rd day of strength, so that little blow off above 10 could be it for now on this thing. But as I usually say, my 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart is what keeps me in a good trade. Just out of curiosity. All right, what else do we have? VAX. Another AI. Interesting, the AI has been in a couple of these trades today. VAX and KTRA. What else we got on here? Tops. All right, so here's an example, guys, of intraday trading for me. This is the signal candle right there. If you were long this thing, this closing candle below the 10 SMA tells you the momentum is dead. And for the last 35, 40 minutes, it sure has been dead there. All right, what else we got on here? Great example of holding up. ONCY, if you're in this trade, there's no reason to currently get out. All you're looking for is for this 10 SMA to hold the line on the bids. And ideally, you can see a nice, we'll see a nice push off of that. However, if you've been long this thing, it's been going for a few days now, you know, the first closing candle below that moving average should be a signal candle to take the profits you have and maximize them at that point. That's how I like to do it. All right. AMC keep doing. All right. Looks like we're caught up on questions. Yeah, he paid a lot of, there was a lot of money laundering for rhinos, Mitch McConnell, and also the Dems. So it's an interesting war going on in D.C. right now. But hopefully it all gets exposed so people see what's happening. eHealth had a nice looking chart. It won the last race. Pretty good sideways action, and then 10 SMA forced the issue higher. Hello, James. As a new trader wanting to learn more about swing trading, any recommendations on where to start? Well, there's many different ways you can start, of course. It just depends on how you want to swing trade. So let me pull something out here that I had shown the other day. Let's see how it's working. Okay, it's the buy off of the 50-day moving average, I think it was, or pull back above. It might have been this one here. No, that's a top lift. I don't want that. Buy the 50 SMA pullback. I want that one. Okay, so this is a concept scan. Again, this blue line here on every chart I have is the 50-day simple moving average, and this is a good one to get started with, familiarize yourself with. As you can see, the 50-day moving average had a lot of sell pressure show up after that bounce. Price came back down. 50 SMA had some sell pressure again the last couple of days, but now we're in clear sailing here. So that's just basically starting with the concept of the 50-day SMA. What this particular scan is looking for is things that are pulling back to the 50 and then would become a buy. And this would be, I'll show you, we will go ahead and back test it. So here's all the things that came through today. So as you can see on the daily chart, pull back to the 50. There's the arrow right there saying if you were to buy these charts at the 50 after a big red pullback, because that's why we've got red, these are new lows, but they're new lows of a strong stock into the 50 SMA. Now, just so you can see, let's go ahead and back test so you can understand the concept behind how this strategy might work for somebody. Now, I've already optimized it, and that means that 8 a.m., 11 a.m. Eastern is the first point at which we'll start looking for these trades, because I just went through this and found that the first hour and a half is kind of useless there. We want to see things that are pulling back more midday into their 50. All right, in the risk management, we're going to say we'll risk 2.5% to try and make 7%. Our exit is going to be at the open the day after tomorrow. So we're just doing like a little 2.5, 3-day swing trades here off of this particular scan. We'll go ahead and scan it for, I like to just do like the last 30 days because that's kind of what's been going on in the market, a bounce in the last 30 days. It will just simulate buy. So now this is going to tell us what would happen if we bought every single one of those that came out and held them for a day and a half or 2 days. And as you can see, it's not a bad return going back over 28 days, 30 days. Big move during this period, a little bit of a settlement, and then we're starting to catch up again. Only 112 trades. The average winner was $2.27. The average loser was 96. So to answer your question, I will share this scan with you because it's a scan that's working right now. But more importantly, it helps shape your mind and your focus into not being a herd chaser, not chasing stocks like AMC because they're up 12% already and you don't want to miss out on them. So you wind up, buying up here, and then you're going to have to sit through some consolidation for the people who chased. By the way, it is consolidating nicely. Keep an eye on that AMC. The point is, gosh, what was the point? on the swing trade. Yeah, the contrarian notion, the notion of being contrarian, just like I did, guys, and Patrick or James, just like I did James with beat. Okay, this is a brand new swing trade for me. I refused to chase the herd up here, but I knew that these moving averages were fanning out. So I waited. I put a price alert in at 422. Price alert went off yesterday. I bought some, bought a little bit more and added to it today. So this to me is kind of a textbook perfect entry for a swing trade, right? Right there, the pullback to the moving averages, the 10 SMA specifically. Do not be entering swing positions after 5 days of green. You're just waiting to participate in the reversion to the mean and kick yourself as to why didn't you wait for a pullback. So for me, buying pullbacks are very important. It's very hard for me to get excited about buying breakouts in this particular market environment as a swing trader because they just don't really seem to ever hold on. They break out for an hour or two and then they just kind of collapse. So buying breakouts is not something I'm into right now, but buying support areas is. So all that being said, let me share this scan with you. Buy off the 50. It's a place at which you could start. And there's the scan in the chat there for anybody who wants it. But James, that's, a good place to start. Don't chase. Look for good stocks that have a solid pullback. And the easier the entry, the easier the trade. If you chase a trade, it gets emotional really quick when it starts reversing on you. But when you've let all those people, come through and you're waiting and wait for a 3-day pullback at a level that makes sense for you, that's a much better way to get success in swing trading. And the earlier you can teach your mind that it's okay to buy this pullback and lean on this support level, believe it or not, that's a much safer play than chasing that 5th or 6th green candle for fear of missing out. Hopefully that helps, JD. Did you say that you got out of a position when the candle closes? Okay, so let me clarify that, Patrick. All of my trades are based on the daily chart as a swing trader. But how do you exit the ones that are working really well? Well, I have no intention of exiting PSLV. But if I came in long today saying, oh man, just give me a gap up in PSLV and something I can trade and I'll take profits. If that had been the case in the plan for this trade, which it's not, this is a core holding for me, but I would be waiting to take profits the minute a candle closes below the 15-minute chart, 10 SMA. So I'm playing off the daily chart, but once I've got money in my pocket and I'm in profit-taking mode, again, I'm not in profit-taking mode here, but if I was, if this candle right here turned back down and closed below, then I would have gotten out. So essentially, it's a good problem to have. You're just trying to figure out when should I try to maximize my profits. And usually when you use that first closing candle below the 10 SMA on a 15 chart, looking back in hindsight, that was the place to get out. That was where you kind of wish you had heeded that advice. What's AMC doing? Again, it's holding on to. So if you were in AMC, there's no reason to get out. There's no reason to take profits in AMC until the price closes back below that rising moving average. I'm going to move that price alert just for curiosity to let myself know if it does go through highs. But I'm not going to chase it. I just want to know. But if somebody was really trying to gear up and maybe take an entry in AMC, well, you've got a nice 1-hour consolidation pattern going now, and you've got the 10 SMA coming up underneath, starting to spook the sellers and embolden the buyers. So to answer your question, I trade off a daily chart, but once I'm in profit-taking mode, Patrick, I'm using a closing candle below the rising 10 SMA. Also on the daily, if I'm looking at the daily chart and the stock is not working for me like I really want it to, and it's just kind of bleeding around, if it rolls over and closes below the 10 SMA on a daily, Well, that too also might get me out for a minimal loss, a scratch trade, a small profit, probably not a small profit, but I will usually use the daily chart as the place in which I need to rip the Band-Aid off. The intraday 15-minute chart, I'm usually using that to try and figure out when to maximize profits and take profits. Or, if I'm day trading, I'll even buy a consolidation early in the morning that's above the simple moving average. Okay, hello, Peter. Can you please share? Yes, you got it, Peter. It's been shared. Is the relative volume amount relative to the same time as yesterday? Good question, Red. It's relative to the same time of frame going back an average of 10 days. So it's not just comparing yesterday of what was happening at 12:30 Eastern. It's going back 10 days and looking at the average amount of shares traded by 12:33 p.m. And if the amount of shares being traded today at 12:33 p.m. is completely in line with that average of 10 days going back, then we have a value of 1.0 relative. Well, in the case of AMC, we've got 3.7. So it's doing almost 4 times normal volume for what AMC normally does at this time of day. And you can actually kind of see that in the volume histogram there. Things are heating up. Volume today is already taken out volume yesterday. That's interesting. So there's a long way to go still for some more volume in AMC today. But it's a good question, and then the answer is a great example of how Trade Ideas uses our database for every single individual name, and then averages that out, and then compares this moment's data to the average we have in our database for that stock. And that's really the power of Trade Ideas. All right, you're welcome, JD. Patrick, you're welcome. That brings us to Arndt. May I ask in the Market Explorer window if we find nice strategies, I can use one only on my universe. Wait, change the filters to your needs. Well, right off the bat, there's nothing that you can change in the Market Explorer to tweak the way that you want. Everything in the Market Explorer is going to be hard-coded. And so one of the good scans you could consider looking at would be, say, maybe the pattern recognition, bull flags. Are there any bull flags out there today? Okay, so this is only going to show us bull flags on the daily right there. Coming into today, it was kind of a bull flag. So this could be one that could find value. Again, that's moving off of a nice bull flag coming into today. These are all ideas from today, that AMG tight bull flag range moving higher. So that's a good one. I mean, that's one that you would consider using in an up market, bull flag. All right. And again, it's if you missed it, it's new Market Explorer. Right click. And select strategy, pattern recognition. All right, looks like we're all caught up on questions. Good to know. Hopefully that helped. Market Explorer issues there. Buy off the 50. ICPT just came through. Just because they come through on this scan doesn't mean to go ahead and necessarily buy them. I mean, they still need to look decent on the daily chart. This one's kind of it's kind of messed up there, intertwined between all the moving averages going down the last 2 weeks. So nothing special there, but nonetheless, it did come through that alert. And we did back test that alert and saw that it's a pretty decent 2.5 day hold. And just to continue, Arndt, what you could do is you could go through those market explorers, okay, on the pattern recognition bull flag. Gives us some concepts, and there's a couple of charts in there, like I think that AMG, you know, if you wanted to, if you're really itching to trade something like this, it's a breakout. So what you do is you would take, you know, the bull flag market explorer here, and then you just kind of marry it up with the right click of the price alerts, and a new high will jump on your screen and alert you, hey, this thing that you've been watching just made a new high. This is how you can help make decisions to jump into trades. And the same goes for all of these. You know, if you want to try and catch the continuation of a bull flag, you just look at these charts that look interesting and then go ahead and put your price alert in there, and let the price alert trigger and tell you when something's happening in real time. All right. Again, we're caught up on questions. If you guys want me to look at any particular charts, we can do that. And who knows what's going to happen to this AMC? It just won't die, that's for sure. But the volume and the breakout here of this long extended flag is, I mean, if it can close back near highs, that's going to be kind of a shot across the bow for the shorts in this thing, for the short term anyway. That CLNE trade of the week come in is just kind of slopping around here. Going to move that trigger point up to a new high. Right there. I'd like to know if Clean Energy takes out this morning's top tick at 682. Just for information purposes only. All right, Peter, what do I think of PDSB? It was a nice bull flag coming into today for sure. Good green candle yesterday, good green candle today. The thing is, it just broke out above that line. And so kind of what I was saying earlier, I have a hard time jumping into a brand new position that's already had a full green candle yesterday, full green candle today. How much energy has it expended trying to take out these two highs back here? And so what I was kind of saying or alluding to earlier is I like to buy pullbacks or buy off of support or buy off a moving average, because when you feel like, okay, it looks like the coast is clear, it feels safe. Lately, it doesn't really mean you're safe. A breakout, for some reason, almost like it brings in sellers that want to just reverse it and drop it back into the zone. So I'm not saying you couldn't. Let's put it this way. Here's that orange line, right? That's the orange line we broke above. As we look at this trade right here, if you really wanted to, yes, you could take a chance on it. But the first thing you have to do is be aware of that first candle that closes below that rising SMA here. You got to get right back out. So theoretically, it's a trade that could be taken, but you have to give it zero patience. And I'm just saying that because my observation over the last weeks and few months are trying to buy a breakout just because it broke out back here. The follow through can sometimes be very disappointing. So just keep that in mind. If you do buy something like that, you don't want it to drop back into the range from which it broke out from. Hopefully that made sense. I liked rum, but I had to get out because when I stick around for trades, and believe me, I was in the money. I had it way down here, but I became kind of a hoper in here. And a couple days ago, I just saw this sideways action with this moving average looming on top of it. And when I start looking at charts and saying, yeah, I know, Steve, but you're right, the market's wrong. I haven't figured it out yet. No, I have to defer to what the technicals are telling me. And they're telling me take the profits that you did have, don't fall in love with a particular company or a stock. Let the chart tell you if the story is confirmed or not. And right now, here was an early attempt to go higher above 980 in rum, and it was squashed. And right now, we're back under the 10 SMA. So this is, this is very bearish. It's very hard to recover from sideways action after being down when that moving average, the 10 SMA, comes to meet it. Usually, this is what comes afterwards. So I had to kick myself and say, don't fall in love with any one stock or one company just because you think something's going to happen. This is what the market thinks is going to happen, and that's all that matters. Ask Michael Burry. He knows all too well about being early and the potential stress of it all, of being too early, too soon. So I'm out of rum. I'm going to wait for it to show me something where it's constructive. Ideally, we got a 50-day moving average starting to draw here. Ideally, rum will get back above, and if it starts grinding above its moving averages up here, then maybe I'll get interested again. But the one thing I refuse to be is a hoper. It doesn't usually work out for you. When you look at the chart and say, yeah, I know the technicals look bad and it's teetering here on the ledge, but I'm right and the market's wrong. That's a bad place to find yourself. It's just holding up tight. And a lot of times when we get these big runs, it's like go, pause, go. So today could be the second day of, after a big thrust, you get a tiny kind of a doji bar where it just kind of spins and closes in the middle. But then tomorrow could be the signal day. Again, let's assume that this is what today is going to close like. What I would do is I would be watching the low of that doji today and the high of today's doji. And if the market takes out the high of today's doji tomorrow, we're probably going to have some follow through. If the market takes out the low of today's doji, well, then we're just going to drop back into noise and chaos land. Some people call it thrust, pause, thrust. I call it go, pause, go. Go. Today is the pause, and then another go could materialize. So the NASDAQ is acting very strong, holding up to be expected, in my opinion, after a big 90% up day yesterday. S&P, not so much. I think they were giving back a little more. Not too bad. But the S&P, again, today is day number 2 of closing above or trading or closing above the 200-day moving average. All right. Let's see here. Oh, you're welcome. All right. All right, looks like we're caught up. All good. What are the strong sectors today? Well, silver doing nice. Know that. Treasuries are being purchased. Interest rates probably ticking down a bit. China, gold miners, home builders, surprisingly. The case for the home builders is not strong, but the technicals are trying to prove otherwise. Hey, Jonathan, from your experience, when do you usually find a good time to enter a swing trade? First hour, power hour? Okay, so definitely not the first half an hour usually. That's where a lot of noise is. And contrarily, I will pull stops as well as to not get stopped out in the first half hour through the algorithm shakedown. I like to enter trades after the market has settled down a little bit. And I've been also known to enter trades at the end of the day. Because once I see how the candles and the daily chart are closing up at the end of the day, which is one of the reasons I bought Beat yesterday, um, is it was pulling back 2 days and zeroing in right there on that 10 SMA. So it looked like it was going to hold that 10 SMA on the close yesterday. So I entered some at the close, added a little bit here midday. So now I have a full position on this pullback in BEAT. So the answer is I will definitely wait sometimes if I'm watching a stock and say, gosh, let's see how this thing actually closes today. And if it looks really good at 5 minutes to the close, like it's holding its levels and off its lows and reversed, I'll take it home with me at night sometimes. But I try to avoid the first 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes of the day for both entries and exits as a swing trader. What I also find is, the if you're calling power hour the last hour of the day, then I guess, yeah, we could be talking the same thing at the end of the day. But keep in mind, I think the first half of the day is really the sweet spot, because especially when you go back and look at a lot of these races, the movement is happening in the first part of the day. Then as we get towards the second half after lunchtime, a lot of these things start to die out. So I generally, if I'm going to wait for the end of the day, it's going to be the actual end of the day. I generally don't like to buy things the second half of the day unless they really catch my eye and they look good at the close. So I guess, I'm rambling, but the point is I really try to avoid all executions in the first half hour, whether I'm stopped out or taking a new one. However, if I'm watching something and I see after the first half an hour, this thing has just been absolutely jammed down, I might take a jam down entry. I have that scan for it as well, the jam down to the 10 SMA. So sometimes I'll use that jam down on the open if it's going down to a level that I've been watching and liking, and it's that time of day. I usually assume, okay, this is probably just an algorithm stop hunt. This early morning red candle will probably be reversed, and I will go ahead and sometimes take an entry on that, but never right at the open. I like to wait at least a candle or two on the 15 to see what's coming out.
Nice.
What'd you say?
I said good advice. I was
Good
trying to
advice.
whisper. I didn't want you to jump out of your chair. I went, "Hi, Steve." So
Hi. I'm not that well
yeah,
tight.
good advice. I always say the same thing. Even as a so-called day trader, I rarely take anything in the first 15 minutes,
Yeah.
and I always make the recommendation. If you're new to trading, I'd probably set out the first 30.
Yeah.
No, I
Yeah.
mean,
Oh, for
sure,
sure.
you're going to miss the ones that run right from the beginning. You have to deal with that mentally. That's all, because it's going to happen. You're going to see something that, man, I wish I'd taken a right at 9:30 plus 30 seconds. Because look at it now. But so, as you know, Steve, so many stocks depending if you put a proper stop in, you'll probably get stopped out more times than not if you
Yeah.
take a trade right at the open,
Oh, yeah. Oh,
because
yeah.
they're just too whippy,
It's too
just too whippy.
volatile in the open. There's too much
Yeah.
stop hunting going on. Do you know the answer to the Arndt's question? Can we measure yesterday's candle in a magnitude of percentage?
Yesterday's candle magnet, because
Magnitude.
we don't, as you know, we don't do a good job at referencing candles. Certainly not
Yeah.
intraday. And yesterday, so is he saying, okay, here's a candle, yesterday's candle, and then today it's 50% of that candle, as an example,
Can we
within the daily?
measure yesterday's candle's magnitude? That's in percent.
I don't know
Um,
what that means. I don't
yeah,
know
the
what
only
it
thing we
means.
can measure is the price today versus yesterday's candle.
Hmm.
Um, so we don't have a
So,
scan that looks back and says yesterday's candle was this and today it's doing that, other than what we have what's called position in previous day's range. We can tell you when a stock breaks out of yesterday's range, high or low, but we can't really define that yesterday was a magnitude
Steve,
of, yep.
Steve, I'm sorry. My dog is begging to be taken out, so I may be another minute. Okay, a
Okay,
couple
all
of
right,
minutes. Okay,
sure.
just give me a moment.
So there's nothing we can do to say we only want to look at yesterday's candle if it was above, 3%. And again, I'm not the final word on that. And if I'm misconstruing the intent of your question, you're always welcome, Arndt, and I'll type it in here to send in this question so another set of eyes can look at it. Info@trade-ideas.com. And then you could probably simply ask, is there a custom formulation that is available that can only show me stocks that had a giant candle yesterday? And honestly, pretty much all stocks today would be fitting that criteria because of yesterday's giant performance across the board. So yeah, it wouldn't hurt, Arndt, to just ask that question again because I'm not really super good at the custom formulations, and I'd hate to say it can't be done if it could through a custom formula that I'm not aware of.
Yeah, I'll take over now, Steve. I'll actually look at our data points. I don't think there is a way, but I'll look at the data
Okay,
points.
sounds good.
So
Well,
you
I
can
told
head
him,
off if you want.
yeah, I told him to write in just in case. Maybe Stephanie or Michael has an idea. You never know.
Yeah.
But all right, thanks, Barry. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you guys next week.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Both rooms now. Now, interesting, when I looked at the AI the last time, remember VAX was up about, I don't know, 20%, 18%, and KTR was up about 8%, and now they basically flipped the script here. So, we got to get rid of nonsense in our YouTube room. Here we go. Just give me a moment. Okay. So yeah, look how this is basically flipped the script. The KTRA, I mean, that's just a mega. Good for you, Zach. You said you're actually swinging that one. You don't swing very often, so at least I don't really know. Maybe you've got a massive swing account, but yeah, the KTRA maintaining the VWAP right there. Yeah, maintaining it. So, excuse me. So, Art, again, what exactly do you mean by yesterday's candle magnitude? Do you mean the difference between the high and the low of the day for yesterday's candle? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, maybe Arndt is gone. Yeah, I mean, we do have, well, let me just do a quick look at our data points for yesterday's high and low. I think we do have yesterday's high and low. So, oops. So, give me a moment. Yeah, so we do have the previous day's high, low, open, and volume. So we do have the previous day's high and low, if that's going to help. Custom formulas, high underscore P is the high of yesterday, the low underscore P is the low of yesterday, if that helps. So you could subtract the two, and that'll give you the actual dollar range. He may have already taken off. Meanwhile, man, there were some good shorts out of that 10-day daily breakdown. The LE continues down. The GIII continues. I mean, this actually continued down. The DBI, of course, earlier. The only one that didn't was the, well, I shouldn't say the only one, but the Shoals, SHLS, and actually had a nice pop. The owl was okay. I mean, the alert was at 10:56. It did get down to 10:20. I wouldn't call that a huge winner, though. Oof, I almost took this Newtonix, the NTNX. It broke 30 for the second time, I believe. Almost took this one. This is an earnings play. It's got some room, so I'm going to stick my alert again around 30.13. But there's that KNOP from yesterday. Had that big gap up and then a big drop, and it continues down here. I think William was mentioning this one earlier today. Yeah, this one, I mean, looks like it's got to be coming into some resistance, ASPN, around that 1320 mark, 1320 to 1330. That's what I see on this daily chart. Had a good recovery day yesterday. So somebody asked earlier, about this histogram, okay? This histogram that you see here, or the bar chart, the bars that you see here. And had I been in if I'd been in this one, unfortunately, I kind of missed the boat on this one. But you see how these bars are decreasing? That would keep me in the trade, no matter what is kind of, well, no, not, I shouldn't say no matter what. Obviously, if pop 40 cents, I'd be gone. But you see, this gives me some, if I were in this trade, this short, this gives me some comfort in that the bars, they started up here and they kept decreasing, had a little blip here high, but are basically, you don't see a giant, you don't see like one of these guys. Okay. So this gives me a little more comfort if I were in this short, just to keep in the short. Okay. So again, when you talk about the breakout candle's magnitude, and that's yesterday, you're talking about yesterday. So, I mean, we do have a data point for the high of the candle and the low of the candle. I mean, maybe you want to Maybe you want to compare that to the ATR. I don't know, the average true range, what it would normally do. That might be, I don't know if that makes sense to you. So, I mean, if, let's just say for argument's sake, that the high was 10 and the low was 9. So that's, that's 1, right? And let's just say the ATR normally, the average true range normally is 50 cents. So you could say, well, then yesterday it was double the norm, if that makes sense. So in theory, you could create a formula that subtracts those two, divide by the ATR and get and then multiply by 100 and get a percent. Does that make sense? And of course, if you want to see the magnitude today, yeah, but thank you, John. I'm talking to somebody in our main room, but he wanted the percent. And there's Pepe coming in with one. But isn't he kind of wanting the magnitude? Like, okay, so it moved a certain amount. How does that compare to what it normally would have done? So wouldn't you want to divide by the ATR? I'm talking now in our YouTube room. Yeah, in our YouTube room. Now here's a filter that I don't think a lot of people use. I don't use it that much. I think I've got a Yeah, I think he's talking about the magnitude. I'm sorry, I'm talking to Pepe in our YouTube room. I think he's talking about the magnitude of the move. So fine, it moved $1. Is that abnormal? Okay. So that's what I was trying to say. If it moved $1, or if the high and the low, the difference was $1, and normally it would move 50 cents. So you would just, that would be the ATR. So that would be, that would give you a percentage. So Daniel, the race window is a huge no for me. Is there a way to go back to normal? Well, you don't have to use the races. I don't know what you mean by that. It's not mandatory that you use the races. If you just want to have alert windows or top list windows, that's fine. I mean, I don't know what you mean when you say go back to normal. Nobody is forcing you to use the races. It's just a feature. Here's this Nutanix, guys. It's been a little bit choppy, but boy, this is an interesting one because I don't think it's got a lot of resistance that close by. Pepe, I'll let you handle that. I think I know what he means now, but I'll let you handle it if you don't mind. In other words, today, Nutanix has moved 6%. Okay. So what you're trying to do is only see stocks that maybe move less than 3% yesterday, as an example, up to 3%. Ah, looks like you did it. You're saying thanks, Pepe. So I guess you can take that one. So again, to get back to Daniel, did you hear what I said? The race window was a huge no for me. Is there a way to go back to normal? And again, we don't force anybody to use anything. I mean, it's a feature. It's an option you can use races. If you don't want to use races, that's fine. There's no going back to anything. It's like saying, yeah, okay, good. It's like saying we've got this brokerage plus window here. Doesn't mean people have to use it. It's a feature, you know. This is another one I've just seen move down further and further and further, and now it's a lifetime low. FTCH. It just didn't act on it. Probably John. I think that's what Pepe came up with. So it's probably maybe that's what he wanted. Now, what is this one doing? ARHS, our house. Wow, this is interesting. It's on an all-time high. It's a 3-month high. So 1030. Let me get a weekly chart up to see what's going on with it. So it looks like the next high on the weekly chart is around 1030. If it can take 1030 out, wow. So guys, this is a real interesting one. I'm not saying it's going to do it, but I mean, and it's extended now. But the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1030. If it takes that out, then the next high is way up here at 1186. Oh, I see. Okay, Daniel. Yeah, I mean, look, I've got these here are my alert windows. Okay, they're nothing to do with the races. So I mean, I just create my alert window. Filters are satisfied. I get an alert, and I can see it this way as opposed to in race fashion. The reason I don't make a race out of this is because I get so few, which is what I want. I've got some very tough filters in both of these, so I don't get very many alerts during the day. Would not make sense to have a race based on what, 6, 8, 7 here and 10 here. Just wouldn't be worth it. Does that answer your question, Daniel? I want to make sure that going forward, you know what's going on. It sounds like you're a new subscriber. So for instance, here's this histogram. Notice these bars are getting big, are getting big here. So if I were in this trade right now, okay, in this area right now at 990, if I decided to take that trade, and I'm looking here and I'm thinking, boy, this looks pretty parabolic, and it does, but this would keep me in. It wouldn't get me antsy about maybe taking some out right now, okay, which would normally what I would try probably do, just because of this. This is pretty big move here, but this histogram is telling me that, you know what, keep in the trade for a while. Now, it's not 100%, okay, but and again, another way of looking at it is on the low end of the histogram. As these bars decrease, that means that the bearish patterns, ratio to bullish candlestick patterns is greater. So you can keep in the trade, just helping you to keep in the trade if you were getting a little jumpy for whatever reason. Wow, this just keeps moving down, down, down. G triple I. So even though this had already gapped down a lot, what did it close at yesterday? Closed at around 20. No, that's the weekly, sorry. I mean, that's the same. I mean, what we're closed at $21. Okay, 21.69. So you're looking at this gap down of what, 25% or so? And you might think, well, how much further can it go? Well, there you go, 25 to 44%. That's why, I mean, I don't see it in the trading room so much, but I get the odd email saying, how can you take something that's already down 30% or 25%? Hasn't it gone down enough? Or, well, no, not necessarily. Yeah, so over and above that, Casa, I mean, it is an earnings play today, but maybe that's not the reason. Maybe you're right. It's about the takeover interest. It is an earnings play today for the NTNX. No, Dak, I don't want you coming back and saying I'm wasting too much time doing all this stuff and I'm not trading. You're doing this on your own volition, which is really good. Don't get me wrong. Here's another earnings play, guys. NCNO released earnings after hours yesterday. No real reaction, not a really good reaction in the pre-market. Did have a pop when the market opened right up to 27.42, came all the way back down to 25.80, and now has just been kind of steadily running up. So if you're looking at this, you'd be looking left. 27.29, so 28.54. And this has got some room. I mean, it's got some room. It's got about $1 till the next high, and that is the NCNO. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that could be your analysis. Or you might say, you know what, it's just running away too much. If it pulls back, like Steve will always say, I'll maybe pulling back to the 10 SMA or the 80 MA or something like that. He rarely takes a trade when it's running like this. No, 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 Dwayne. I'm just talking about Dak can post all he wants. I don't mind that. It's just that I don't know. A couple of weeks ago, he was saying that he was getting too it was sort of taking away from his actual trading. Okay. So no, he can keep posting if he wants. Bivi. What are I mean this? What's this doing in terms of why? Don't see any reason for Bivi doing what it's doing. So again, if you were in this one, if somehow you got into this one in this area, you saw it, holding the VWAP, and you said, okay, I'm going to take a shot at it, and this histogram is telling you, well, keep in the trade, just keep in the trade. I mean, it's still strong. Meanwhile, Fetch just a disaster. It's not an earnings play, I don't think. Anyway, had earnings when on the 17th. What was the reaction to Fetch's earnings on the 7th? I mean, there's something going on. Maybe their forecast to deliver the GMV of approximately 10 billion. I don't know. Is it? Maybe I have to read that in more depth and more detail to find out why that is such bad news. Had earnings on the 17th. So actually, after hours on the 7th. So that was the reaction right there. Okay. Is that right? No, right here. This drives me crazy. So the reaction would have been on the 18th. There. So that candle there is the earnings reaction to Fetch, and it kept moving down, but then it had this nice run, a little bit of a run, and then just getting clobbered right now. Absolutely getting clobbered. Ah, did it, yeah. How can I chase it though? How can I chase it? But it is shortable. Is that what you're talking about for Bivi, BIVI? No, I don't know how. I mean, all I can, it's just a ratio. I don't know what bullish candlestick patterns he's looking at. Okay, and then versus the bearish candlestick patterns, I don't know, but then it's a ratio. There might be more to it than that, but he's certainly not going to hand that out. But just consider it a ratio. So the higher that bar means there are more bullish candlestick not just more like by one. I mean, I don't know how many he looks at. I'm sure he takes the bullish and then he takes the equivalent bearish and divides them. So I don't know, for instance, if that two right there, that means that there's twice. In fact, I should ask him. I don't know if that means that there's twice as many bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish. Not 100%. I know what that scale refers to. It looks like it. Well, no, it goes higher. It can go higher. Let me ask him. At least that. Give me a moment. Yeah, so I'll just ask him what those numbers actually refer to. Because you can see here on a daily chart, I mean, on the daily chart, you're looking at this, and this is not a buy on the daily chart. So if you wanted to swing something, in theory, you'd be looking at this going, okay, so I was right. Okay. Yeah, so this is a ratio. So in other words, right there, we can't see, maybe I'd have to go even higher. But if it were at 2, that means the ratio of bullish versus bearish is 2. So in other words, twice as many. Okay. And so when you look here, 0.9. So I mean, that's such a low. So I mean, you can see right now. I mean, I don't know if I've seen anything under a 1. Bottom line is just let your eye tell you. I mean, it doesn't really matter necessarily what these percentages. Just let your eye tell you that the bearish are out numbering the bullish right now. When you guys finally have the indicator. All right, guys. Just keep an eye on the top. See if it. I have an alert set for around 5, which is just over the VWAP. See if it later on. It's kind of basing nicely here. I mean, it's still, to me, it looks like it wants to drop, but you never know. Get some volume coming in. Maybe get that histo moving higher. Okay, and takes out the VWAP, and maybe it has another run later on in the day. And again, if you look at the histo for KTRA, you see how it's dropping just a little bit, a little bit, and it's struggling to keep above the VWAP. It's not shortable for me, so I can't do anything about it. But it's struggling to keep above the VWAP at 884, and it looks like that 8 EMA is going to cross. Boy, I mentioned this NCNO. Look at this thing go. I'm gonna take one of these sometime.